Hey guys, Veggie Gamer back, and we're back to the Harry Potter book reviews, guys. Great chapters today, but they are chunky, so I really don't want to waste too much time on the intro, but I do have a few things that I want to get to straight away. First of all, guys, there is a new Harry Potter feature that we're going to be bringing to the channel soon. It's being collected, I guess you could say. It's being built on the Patreon, basically, and I'm going to be reviewing and giving my thoughts on all the different book covers from the different books, guys. It's going to be really a lot of fun. If you want to be a part of it and you're on the Patreon, or you can back the Patreon for as little as $1 and be a part of it as well, and also get access to everything on there. Then I recommend going to the post which I posted on July the 11th called New Harry Potter Series Needs Your Help. Watch the video and then read the description and everything, guys, and you'll understand it's very easy system that we got here. Pumpkin Sparks very kindly agreed to collect, put it all together, and so she basically takes your submissions for it. And so if you watch the video and read the blurb for it, then you'll see exactly how it works. So we've got a few already, guys. I think there are some more out there, and so if you want to be a part of that, then please do. I want to mention that straight away because I know that some people who watch these book reviews may not be aware of that video. Do that up. Secondly, guys, I missed out a couple of comments, and so I'm going to do them in a moment. I'm just going to do my usual blurb of, guys, I'm Veggie. We are doing in-depth book reviews for the Harry Potter series, guys. It's been so much fun. This is going to be a chunky one because these are big old chapters. I do worry that in the future, at certain points, I'm going to have to do single chapter videos. We do two chapters usually, but some of the chapters, when it's like back-to-back 50-minute long chapters, that's when it gets very difficult to fit in with everything else I do on the channel, and so I do apologize if I have to do that in the future. I've discussed it with the patrons a couple of times, and they've suggested workarounds and everything, but I do feel like that's maybe an occasional thing that we have to do if it comes to it, and so we shall see, guys. But either way, so yes, we're doing in-depth book reviews, guys. In the second half of this video, I'll be going over your thoughts, feelings, and questions of the chapters that we're covering today over in the Harry Potter Book Club, guys. Now, this is a feature that's over on the Patreon. Again, you can back the Patreon for $1 and get access to everything on there, all movie reactions, all TV series reactions, and also the book club. And it's where you can give your thoughts and opinions on these chapters. I read them out. I give my feedback to my response, I should say, not feedback to them. And it's a lot of fun. It's very warm in here. It's not very warm outside. I may have to take this scarf off quite early today, I'm afraid. So yes, that's a lot of fun if you want to be a part of it. You'll also be greatly helping this channel and this series, and so if it is something that you feel like you want to support, then please do. Right, guys, like I say, I want to get through so basically there is an option to direct message me on Patreon as well with your thoughts on the book club. You just have to start the message with book club and then have your question and everything. You also have to be very careful because obviously it can't be moderated by other users, so you have to make sure it doesn't have any spoilers in and stuff like that. But unfortunately, I forgot to check the DMs last time, and so I had 2 comments to read through. Let's get them done straight away before we move over to my thoughts on the new chapters. And we're going to start off with Muggle Mom. Their comment reads, "Book club, Utipur Veggie. I had to join the Patreon because I appreciate that what you are doing so much. Thank you so much, Muggle Mom. Your positivity brings joy to my heart. Sometimes positivity. Have you watched my Azkaban videos? I got right, but yeah, that was a bad time. That was a bad time in my life, and so I'm gonna have to take this off already. There we go. That'll do. It is warm in here, guys. It is July, to be fair. Also, Molly Weasley is one of my favourite characters. We had a good discussion about her last time. Hence, when this message was for. And the Woes of Mrs. Weasley is my favorite. Is my favorite chapter. Oh, wow. As a mum, I want to defend her and ask others to be kind about her flaws and focus on her good intentions. Yeah, I feel like most people do. Molly's... I never thought we'd have such fascinating discussions about Molly when I started this series, guys. But, you know, and also I've been... I've said some bad things about Molly in the past, but yeah, she's a fascinating character, and I think most people give her leeway with what she does and everything. Okay, let's continue with your message. Molly came of age during time of war in the Wizarding World. That's very interesting. Yeah, okay. Her oldest son was born at the start of the conflict, and her youngest of 7 was when it ended. Youngest of 7. What was? Yeah, of course, that fits in perfectly. Wow. So you just see how much this war must be terrifying for her. My first son was born in summer of 2001, and after 9/11, I felt a huge sense of responsibility bringing him into such a frightening world. Absolutely, I can completely see that, and and it's not. And it doesn't have to be something as bad as, like, say, 9/11 or the Wizarding War or anything like that. But, just, your average grind of the newsreel, guys. It's like, it can be absolutely terrifying to think about bringing a child into that, Molly isn't a perfect mother, but her love for her family is strong. Oh, absolutely. I don't think anyone would question that. I don't know, we've had this discussion about Fred and George, her approach to him, but I think that most people understand that it is from a place of love that Molly is coming from. I feel like that's the case. She works hard to keep her children safe and happy. The Woes of Mrs. Weasley reveals her deep love for her children, for her kids, including Harry. During the First Wizarding War, she lost 2 brothers, and that pain stays with her. Yeah, and it's never directly addressed, is it? Which I really like the subtlety of that, It's something that she doesn't want to bring up, I guess, which, completely understandable. Everyone she loves is at risk, and her fear is both constant and real. My hope would be every child in such an My hope would be every child to have such an imperfect mother who loves them as fiercely as Molly loves her children. I think that is a fantastic defense of Molly. Like I say, I don't think anyone would say that she's bad as vulnerable, but we definitely had a very, very good discussion about Molly last time, and so this is when this comment was aimed for, and so Mum, I feel like you defended Molly excellently there, and I appreciate it. And secondly, Hobbit. Hello there. I hope you're both well. I'm guessing that's me usually. Yeah, yes we are. I said before how some of my views in this book shift as I got older, such as I learned to appreciate Ron properly. So the prefect surprise here is something that really stands out to me. As a child, I felt indignant for our Harry being snubbed. Oh, interesting. Now I can't help think just how appalling everyone's reactions are. Ron told us on the very first train journey that any achievements he has won't matter because his brothers have all done it anyway, and that he secretly needs some sense of self-worth. Oh, absolutely. Oh yeah, remember the mirror, as you mentioned there. Exactly. In fact, that gets brought up in today's chapters briefly. We also know that being Harry's constant supporter can't always be easy, and that some of their pressures began to show in Goblet with the Quirrell, is that? I think that's Quirrell. I thought you said Quirrell then. I got very confused for a second there, but yes. So then, how does everyone react to this nice moment for Ron? For the twins, with a predictable downputting and confidence sapping jibes. Absolutely, yeah. And the thing is, very often, particularly with Harry, you get the impression with what Fred and George do is to actually kind of secretly cheer him up, whereas Ron is always trying to offend him, I guess you could say. Whereas I once found all their jabs hilarious. From a grown-up perspective, it looks a lot more unpleasant at times. And what about Hermione? The girl by now, we've had a sense he holds a candle for. She shrieks for joy with thinking it's Harry. I knew it, before looking bewildered and saying, "Are you sure?" I know, I love that line so much. oh, well done, Ron. That's really talk about tactless. I am going to defend Hermione there, Hobbit, if you don't mind. Because Fred and George are shook. Ron's shook. Let's face it. Harry's shook. Everyone's shook. Molly is even shook. She says you haven't, or something like that. Hermione, I don't think tactless is the word. I feel like she lets slip her genuine surprise, whereas she actually is trying to hide it. It's just not very good. And so I don't think there's any malice at all with Hermione. I think that if she was given a second shot, she would have completely changed her tune. She would have said, "Oh, Ron, I'm really glad for you. I knew you could do it." Yeah. I genuinely. Whereas the shock of it has completely shook her to the point where what she's saying, I bet she's desperate that she could take back as it's coming out of her mouth. You know, so I am going to defend Hermione a little bit on that. That's just my take, though. It's in the film order that Hermione is given the line just because you've got the emotional range of a teaspoon, which for me sums up how differently the film portrays them. Yeah, even just watching the scenes that we're covering today, just now, guys, Hermione's so different. But then again, and this has been the case with most of this book so far, they are rattling through those scenes fast. They really are, guys. There's no time for, like, basically what Hermione and Harry say, in the Great Hall, because Ron isn't there for some reason. I'm not sure why Ron isn't there, but Ron, it's just Hermione. Oh no, is Ron there? No, Ron is there. No, he is there. Ignore me. But what the Golden Trio say in that scene where Umbridge does her speech and everything is essentially summing up for the audience. That's and nothing else. Nothing else. And so yeah. Anyway, let's continue. Book Ron is just as emotionally mature, and I would say she can be just as insensitive and tactless as he can be. I don't think as, but I see what you mean, Hobbit. It's fascinating stuff, though. Let's give due credit to Harry, though. Once again, he has a temptation to be petty and spiteful to ruin this for Ron and laugh with the twins. But after a little teenage sulk sitting by himself, he then feels sickened by himself, absolutely, for ever considering it, and then makes the right choice. Good for him. I agree. He did have that initial shock as well, though. And so yeah, I do defend Hermione to an extent when it comes to this, but I really appreciate your comment though. P.S. Harry later dreaming of Ron and Hermione wearing crowns is hilarious. It is. What else is in that dream is not hilarious, but it kind of is. But yeah, I bring that up later on in my notes as I remember. Guys, let's get over into it. So that's been 30 minutes intro, but I feel like that's okay, so we had a lot to cover this time. Like I say, if you know of any interesting or obscure Harry Potter book covers from around the world and everything, guys, you can check the drive where there's like a link to the drive where they're all being shown and everything, so you can see which ones have been submitted, and then just follow the submission process. You just have to read the blurb that Pumpkin Sparks has very kindly set out. It's very, very easy to understand. And that'll be a new Harry Potter series coming to the channel soon, guys. It's very hot in this room. Let's get over into it, guys. Let's go over to chapter 11, the Sorting Hat's new song. As always, thank you, Jonas, for the wonderful side panels, including the ginger cookies. And thank you so much, Max, for the summary that I am about to read out to you guys. Chapter 11, Sorting Hat's new song. As they approach the school, they notice Hagrid is not the one leading the first years. They enter the hall and notice two new teachers, one of which was at Harry's trial, Dolores Umbridge. The Sorting Hat starts singing about... But rather than its normal song of the houses, it sings of unity in the school to protect Hogwarts from outside dangers. Nearly headless Nick informs them that this is not the first time the Hat has delivered a warning, and after the feast, Dumbledore makes his announcements announcements of the new teachers. I'm just going to pause this for a second. It's very interesting that it's happened before, because I was wondering, I wonder when that's going to be. Obviously, it would have been during the first Wizarding War, but I wonder when else. Because obviously Nick's been around for a while, isn't he? So I wonder if it would happen even more. Maybe with Grindelwald and so on, maybe, potentially. Maybe. Professor Grubbly Plank will teach care of magical creatures and Umbridge will defense against the dark arts. Before he can continue his speech, he is cut off by Umbridge, who goes on a waffle on her own. Hermione does not approve. On his way to the common rooms, Harry overhears people whispering and sees them staring. He thinks it's over what happened at the end of last year. He's right, but for the wrong reasons, and finds out when he makes it to the common room. He learns that people have read the Daily Prophet. Some believe it and think he is a liar. One of them is his friend Seamus. We're going to get into it, guys, because insanely, I'm actually going to defend Seamus a little bit later on. I am. I feel like there's more to it. The way that the conversation flows is very, very important. Whereas, even when I was listening to audiobook, I was thinking, I bet the movie has no subtlety, because I couldn't remember seeing it exactly. Has no subtlety in the slightest. And you know what, guys? The movie scene has no subtlety in the slightest. Whereas there is subtlety. Very nice subtlety for Seamus here. But there's none of that in the movie, you know, because you can't have that, can we? Oh, you guys. Not criticising the actor, I mean, it's the script, guys. He and Harry get into a pretty big... it says here. I'm guessing it's going to be argument. Get into a pretty big argument before Prefect Ron steps in and calms things down, and he's rewarded with a sass from Harry. Thank you so much, Max. Sorry about it's so funny. It's so funny. It says that they get into a pretty big and then nothing else. Unless I deleted it, because I do actually like edit little bits when I go over it. So if I did delete a word, I apologise. Anyway, thank you so much. So yeah, guys, I am going to defend, not defend Seamus, but I don't think... You know what? I'll put it like this. What Harry thinks the situation is what the movie does. Whereas my interpretation of the words that are in the book, guys, or in the audiobook, is that Seamus was really torn at this point. And Harry just slams the door in his face. That's my interpretation of it. We will get into it when we get to it. Don't drop your wand. Thank you so much, Dara. By the way, Dara, this is going to sound insane. Is your name a pun? Dara Geeling? Because if it is, I only worked it out this week. If it isn't, ignore what I just said. But yeah, anyway, right. Harry stops talking about horses. Good start to my notes there. Because he doesn't want people to think that he doesn't want anyone to have a connection between him and Luna, essentially. Because quite frankly, he has enough problems. God bless Luna. Not in these chapters much. I thought that she would be, but she really wasn't. Luna would be... So that Harry, Ron, and Hermione are discussing what could have potentially happened with Hagrid. You know, it's conspicuous by his massive absence. And Luna on the nose just says that she'd be glad if Hagrid had lit, because she says he's not a very good teacher. Now that is I love this bit, because I thought that the book was going to go in a sort of like, you know, how dare she say that, but Hermione holds back, and so Harry, Ron, and Ginny all instantly says, no, he's not a bad teacher, and then Hermione, they look to Hermione, and she's, yes, he's very good. I love that, and obviously with Luna, I don't know if she is actually meant to be on the spectrum or not, guys, but I know that a lot of people who are really appreciate the character. She's just saying what she feels. And you know what, guys? Since I've been diagnosed as autistic, I don't know if you're new to the channel, guys. Again, it would be a strange old video to start on the channel, but it's fine. I have been trying to say what I feel more, but being careful at the same time, you know. And so I'm speaking up more, but trying to put it in the best way I possibly can, you know, or, yeah, on the calmest way I can, you know. So I do have to think of, I will just say things now, which I wouldn't have done before, which can be a good thing and a bad thing. Apparently, other students in Ravenclaw think he's a joke. To be fair, that makes sense, guys, because obviously Ron, Hermione, and Ginny, and Hermione, in fact, not even that much Ginny, have a direct connection with Hagrid. You have to remember, I don't know if this is the case, that no one else, but it would be really, the vast majority of us students don't have a connection with Hagrid at all. And so he would just be a bad teacher, and I feel like we can all agree with that, right? You know, he obviously, you know, a little while ago he purposely tried to improve himself, which is good. But before then, he was an absolute nightmare. Just thought, guys, about saying, I don't know if I ever brought this up before, but I have thought it before, where you remember, not you remember, obviously, Harry, Ron, and Hermione have this really good connection with Hagrid, and he's very, very important to them and everything. Imagine if they went to see him one day, and 3 other students were there as well, and they're like, wait a minute, who the heck are they? It's like, Hagrid's been 2-timing. That'd be amazing if, like, Hagrid actually is, like, a friend to loads of his students, but Harry, Ron, and Hermione just assume that he's their buddy, you know? I think that'd be funny. Anyway, ignore me. So Harry thinks about the Thistles, and he actually thinks back to when he could see something in the mirror in the first book, just going back a while, and Ron couldn't see it. It's very interesting that he makes that connection when it comes to the Thistles and everything. And it's a really cool callback. It's a really nice callback. There's other really good callbacks in these chapters, in fact. Students are shouting over to other tables, to friends from other houses and everything, which is really nice to hear, guys. Especially with what's coming up in this chapter, the fact that there are friends in other houses, because it really I don't want to say it's unhealthy, guys, but it really doesn't. It's never sat right with me, the whole house at Hogwarts, guys. Now, we had houses when I was at school, guys, but my goodness, we did not hang around, you know. It would be insane to only hang around with the people in your house. I think it's because our classes work differently and everything, but yeah, that would have been absolutely bizarre. And so it's really nice to hear about other students shouting over to other tables and everything. Like eyeing up each other's new haircuts and robes and everything like that, which I thought was a nice little detail. Nick, Pravati, and Lavender are there. Pravati and Lavender are overly friendly to Harry, which he instantly gets the feeling that means that they've just stopped talking about him, which, you know what? I don't think you need divination to work that one out. I'm recording, excellent. I need to say that every now and then. Still no Hagrid, as all the tables get filled in and everything. It's so interesting that at this point of the movie, it says it's just temporary leave. So, and it's just like, whereas it's this whole mystery. It's amazing how entire chapters can be removed by just a line of dialogue, you know? And it mentions Plank in the movie. I don't think Plank ever got mentioned. In fact, I think it even shows her, in fact. I didn't think that Plank was in the movies at all. Hermione suggests that maybe he's been hurt, albeit, you know, on his mission or preparing a class. She doesn't say that, but my mind actually went immediately to the class, weirdly enough, rather than the mission. Harry says that he may not be back from the mission, which is most definitely actually the case. There is a woman speaking to Dumbledore. Harry doesn't recognise her, presumably because she's in her actual gear rather than the robes that they would have worn for the trial or the hearing. Harry does recognise her, and says to Ron and Hermione that she was in the trial, and says Dolores Umbridge and everything like that. And Ron, in a very Ron way, immediately comes up with a snide comment about her appearance, which he probably would have said anyway, but you get the feeling that as soon as Harry essentially said she's not on our side, he immediately says nice cardigan in a sarcastic way, or maybe he really likes it. Maybe he really likes it. Orange and pink, guys. You never know. You never know. Plank sits in Hagrid's place. I don't know if that means specifically his chair, but that would have been an amazing image if so. And the Sorting Hat is brought out by McGonagall. The first years are scared, and even I was trying to think back, thinking, have we ever had all the first years be represented as being this scared before? And it says it a few times until it's actually explained why it's actually the case, which I think is really subtly done. But even here, I was thinking, they seem scared of their normal here. And it didn't completely drop why until it's explained in this chapter, which is very nice. So the song is before Dumbledore's speech. I couldn't remember if that was usually the case, but now I think about it, I think it actually was. Because I think I remember in the first book, it's kind of weird how Dumbledore hadn't said anything until he does his old, I have something I want to say, spiel, you know. But no, the Sorting Hat does sing first. It says, was barely new when... Oh yeah, so the Hat says that the Hat was barely new when Hogwarts started, which is very interesting to give a timeline for the Sorting Hat. I feel like that's been brought up. I don't know if it's in Hogwarts Legacy, but the Sorting Hat being around before Hogwarts started, although it says barely here. Song all about the founders, specifically how they thought they would always stay allies. Slytherin say we'll teach those whose ancestry is most pure. Ravenclaw will teach those whose intelligence is surest. Sorry. Gryffindor will teach all those who with brave deeds to their name, and Hufflepuff, ending with the best, of course. I'll teach the lot and treat them just the same. Now, maybe I'm just a Hufflepuff mark, guys, but isn't that obviously by far the best attitude? Seriously? And it's so interesting because here it says, I'll teach the lot, but then later on it says that they'll teach the rest, which are completely two different things. So yeah, I thought that fascinating. Good Hufflepuff took all Hufflepuff took all the rest and taught them all she knew. Now, one that absolutely suggests that the breakdown in the houses and everything is absolutely everyone else's fault, right? I feel like that's fair, but also, I don't know. I just feel like that is how it should be. Now, the fact that it says they took the rest is completely different from saying that they'll teach them all, and so it really does say that there's like two classes of students, you know, ironically, but two tiers of students. One which fit into Slytherin, Ravenclaw, Gryffindor, and everyone else, which is such a yeah. I don't like the way that second line is said, especially whereas the first one said, "I will teach the lot." Yeah, anyway, that's me being a Hufflepuff though. The Hat sings about Slytherin leaving. The Hat thinks that separating into the houses was wrong. So again, you know, Hufflepuff's attitude of teaching the lot fits into to the Sorting Hat. But it's so interesting that the Hat is actually against its sole purpose, because it is its sole purpose to sort the students, isn't it? And so it's just like Talkie Toaster from Red Dwarf, whose sole purpose is to toast things. You know, the Sorting Hat is against the sorting. I thought that was fascinating. Unless I misinterpreted it. We do have a lot of notes to get through today, guys, but we'll get through it. Hogwarts is in danger from external deadly foes. I got on here, Dumbledore is not being subtle, but also, is this just the Sorting Hat's opinion? And we definitely get the impression later on that it is actually just the Sorting Hat's opinion rather than Dumbledore having any influence on it. Although Nick does point out the fact that the Sorting Hat does sit in Dumbledore's office and so would be listening to all the conversations and everything that are going on. So it would be influenced to an extent. But I don't even know if Dumbledore would be happy with this speech per se, because obviously he's holding all his cards tightly to his chest. Whereas the Sorting Hat is essentially saying, we're all in trouble and we need to stick together. So yeah, initially I thought it was Dumbledore's thoughts, but now I think about it, it probably is just the Hat's. Hermione asks if the Hat has given warnings before to Nick, and Nick says it has. Apparently and that apparently is the words of the Sorting Hat itself. Abercrombie is the first to be sorted into Gryffindor. Abercrombie is very, very scared. I got down here. I remember the first years being nervous, but scared, I don't remember that at all. I don't know what got down here, Plank and Hat, but I do for some reason. Zella Rose is the last person to be sorted into Hufflepuff, of course. She was looking forward... Oh, sorry. So yes. So Zella Rose is the last person to get sorted. Harry was looking forward to be back at Hogwarts, but there are so many like sudden differences that is just very, very unnerving to him. But Dumbledore was reliably normal, and so he does just go into his spiel about the notes and everything, and well, no, he says there's time for speaking matters, but now is not it. Tuck in. So yeah, again, I'm not sure if Dumbledore during the Sorting Hat song was like saying, "Come on, mate, wind it in," because his approach is, unless he wanted the Sorting Hat to do his dirty work, he is actually not of the opinion of the Sorting Hat when it comes to actually saying it to the students. So that was an interesting, not even conflict, but a comparison between the two. So Hermione asks Nick about the warnings, and Nick says that whenever it does lay out warning, the advice is always the same, that they should all stick together and everything. Ron tries talking whilst eating, and it's disgusting, which I'm glad that Nick and Hermione do not appreciate. And then Ron is able to finally get out. How can it know if the school is in danger if it's a hat? Which is the reason why I thought Dumbledore was the one getting the Hat to say it. But now I think about it, I think that is increasingly not the case. Hat sits in Dumbledore's office. Harry says there is a fat chance that the school will be able to come together when it comes to Gryffindor and Slytherin. Yeah, which is understandable and everything, but at the same time, that the Hat knows its stuff. But try and convince Draco of that. He's going to be as likely as Harry, isn't it? Nick says that he would never seek to have an argument with the Bloody Baron. In response to Harry saying about being friends with Slytherin and everything. And Ron says it's because he's too scared. Nick says that he's of noble blood, and Ron, let's talk about tactless later on. Ron says, what blood? And Nick says it's a figure of speech. I kind of like Nick standing up for himself here. Nick says that he's used to the living mocking him, and floats off to sit with some other students, and Ron while still eating, so don't mean to upset you, which is again disgusting. So Hermione's annoyed at Ron, which is definitely not a new thing, but that actually comes to a head actually in this chapter and the next chapter. I think it's the next chapter. It is the next chapter, which I was not expecting, but we will get to it though, guys. Harry was too used to... Oh yes, it says that Harry was too used to their bickering to try and reconcile them. There we go. Yeah, so yeah, I do appreciate that it says that he's just so used to it, which is completely understandable. I got in here, does he ever? Because I don't think he really does ever step in between Hermione and Ron. I feel like that he always just lets them go at it. But I really appreciate this being brought up at this point, and also in the next chapter about that always being the case, because they are always at each other's throats, guys. They really are. But Harry's annoyance and everything, and the fact that this is where he steps over the line and everything when it comes to the frustration of it is very fascinating. and very, very human as well, you know. So Dumbledore goes to start to read out the start term notes. Tells that the first years are that the forest is out of bounds, and also says that some older students need to learn that as well, which, you know, Hermione, Ron, and Harry will have a little look to each other when he says that. Filch has apparently asked for the 467th time magic is not permitted in the corridors between classes. Now, guys, this is going to be a classic example of something being said countless times, but I didn't pick up on it. I don't remember that being a thing. I genuinely don't remember that being a thing. I'm trying to think if it's the thing on Hogwarts Legacy. It can't be. I mean, yeah, it can't be a thing on Hogwarts Legacy, but then again, it is before Filch, though, so maybe that's why. But yeah, I don't remember that not being permitted. I really don't. Which is so odd, because I'm sure it must have been mentioned before. I know that Filch always does have, like, notes at the start of term and everything that Dumbledore reads out. But that one, I don't remember. Then again, this is a long book series, isn't it? The video series, I should say. Dumbledore announces the staff change. Plank is now care of magical creatures. Doesn't say anything about Hagrid, which the movie does. Just says because he's on temporary leave, whereas it is just hanging there. What has happened to Hagrid in the movie? I can understand them skipping it, but then again, I'm interested to see when they're actually going to find out what's going on, because Harry is assumed. In the book, I'm interested to see how that unfolds. Because right now, I'm fine with the change. But I'm interested to see if it leads to something larger. You know, Umbridge defense against the Dark Arts. As he goes to mention the Quidditch, the Quidditch recruiting. Umbridge clears her throat. Dumbledore is taken aback for a moment. Now, this is a big difference, because you know what, guys? The more I watch these movies, the more it makes me sad, because I really like Michael Gambon. I should say, listen to audiobooks. Because I really like Michael Gambon as an actor, guys. I think most people do. And I don't know if, because I know that he changed some things when it came to the character, but the thing is, I can't say that everything was changed because of him. And also, from a movie standpoint, you probably do. So the big difference I got here is that in the movie, he acts distinctly un-Dumbledore-esque. But I feel like that is to a good reason, because, like I say, in the book, it says that he was taken aback for a moment before he immediately goes into, oh, yeah, let her have her speech and everything, you know, playing the game, you know, which Dumbledore always is. For Dumbledore to be taken aback in this moment and to stay taken aback, because he is like sort of like, you know, looking confused and everything, but then he does like go like that when Umbridge looks at him and everything. I feel like that tells the cinema audience, even Dumbledore's a little bit concerned about this person being here, and I think that's important. I feel like in the book we have Ron, Hermione, Harry, Dean, who gets a lot of blooming time in this chapter, in the next chapter. We have them to say, okay, something is wrong here. Like this feels like a slow active poison sort of thing. The movie didn't have time for it, so I don't mind Dumbledore actually being properly taken aback for an extended period of time. Whereas in the book, it is meant to be this temporary, like, oh, yep. Just moving past it and not saving face, but keeping face, you know, not keeping face, keeping the mask up, you know. And so I don't mind the change in the movie, but yeah, I don't. I'd be interested to see if that gets brought in the book club, guys. But I didn't mind the fact that Dumbledore is as confused as everyone else in the movie, whereas in the book, he's now it's time for Umbridge's speech. He's playing along with her game, you know. This woman clearly didn't know how things are done at Hogwarts, Harry thinks to himself, which I really like that line, because it almost feels like goading what's going to be coming in the future, so I did like that. Umbridge says it's nice to be back at Hogwarts. All these teachers and professors and and ministry members and everything, guys. I always forget that they would have gone to Hogwarts. I always do. And I did look up all the different houses and everything, guys. Obviously, Umbridge is Slytherin. I could have get. You know what? I didn't actually look it up. I think it's pretty obvious. But Binns, I don't think it was ever actually confirmed. I don't think it's like anywhere, like in the movies or in the books or in the video games. Binns, I don't know if that means that Binns is before Hogwarts. I guess it is a possibility. But we have no idea what house Binns is in. Now, correct me if I'm wrong there, guys. That's what I came up with my research, but you know, it wasn't exactly extensive. Umbridge talking to students like they were much younger, which I think that they did do in the movie. I gotta say, already, movie Umbridge, although fantastic, is very different from book Umbridge, in my interpretation. We'll get into more of that in the next chapter. Much more in the next chapter, in fact. Talks about the importance of teaching, bows to the other students in a very uncanny way, which we do get a brief bit between her and Dumbledore in the movie, and you know, Dumbledore's the only one to bow back, but all the other teachers just don't at all. It's just like completely baffled. The speech goes on, and people just start talking amongst themselves and everything, just completely losing interest in what she's saying and everything. Luna gets the quibbler out, which is amazing. Hermione and the teachers are still listening, but you know, everyone else is pretty much zoned out, including Harry, who's I think struggling to listen to it. I didn't get this from the movie guys, but in the book I get the impression it's because she's a politician, and so she knows how to say nothing for long speeches. You know, that's my interpretation of it. Because obviously with teaching you do want to keep focus and everything, whereas she's just droning on about nonsense, which again, it feels very political, you know. Not great for talking to kids, as I got here. Oh, we're getting through this okay, guys. I was a little bit worried about time. You know what it was? I feel like my notes are fairly long. The next chapter's even longer, not surprising because it's such a beefy chapter. But making the notes, it feels like an ice age. Not that I'm obviously thoroughly enjoying the books. I really, really am enjoying the books. I gotta say, yeah, I can be honest with you guys, can't I? Because if I come up and like say, okay, well, how long's the next chapter? Like 30 minutes? Yep, that's fine. If I come up and says the next chapter's 20 minutes, I'm like, oh, 20 minutes? We'll knock out straight away. When it says that the next chapter is an hour, I think, oh, gold. I do, guys. That's bad, isn't it? Because the thing is, this book series is going to take long enough as it is, guys. As many of you pointed out in the past, you know, you said, Veggie, we're looking at this sort of timeline and everything, which is obviously a concern. And that's why I do want to keep them rolling, and I do want to keep them to 2 chapters per book, guys. But at the same time, if we come up with a couple of chapters which are like 20 minutes long, like 2 chapters, 20 minutes long, back to back, and then the next chapter is 50 minutes long, well, then there's more to discuss in that one chapter than there is in the other 2 chapters, you know? And so from a book review sense, if I were to do a single chapter on the largest of chapters, you're not missing out on content. It just means that the end game is going to be slightly further away, which is a concern, guys, because like I say, the series is going to be too long. I'm basically just thinking out loud right now, guys, because quite frankly, I just want to do what's best for you guys, what you guys suggest and everything. Some people have suggested a few things, like say maybe doing 1 chapter every 2 weeks. Unfortunately, guys, that would really limit everything else on the channel. It would mean that there wouldn't be a movie reaction that month, you know, or like, you know, all my other series, like other reaction series and everything, that they would have to take a back seat, because these book reviews, that guys, take up by far the most time, even more than movie reactions. I think that's probably true. Probably maybe not. It depends, because if it's like a 3-hour movie, then those obviously do take a lot of editing. But if it is like, say, How to Train Your Dragon, which is the last one we did, this book review that we're doing here is definitely going to have taken more work than getting that YouTube edited How to Train Your Dragon reaction out, you know? And so And I need to have other things on the channel consistently, guys. Because quite frankly, whenever I have long breaks away from certain series, like say Star Kids, when I return to it, the watch time is right down. The view count, I should say. Which obviously affects the channel financially, which I don't like discussing the financial aspect of it, guys. And so it's not like I can just drop everything to focus just on the Harry Potter book reviews. I don't like saying this stuff, guys, but it's true. So I'm gonna have a quick look. So I feel like the next 3 chapters are beefy as well. I will confirm this though. 50 minutes. Oh no. Okay, so the next one's 57. The next is 53, and then the next is 48. So they are pretty long, though. But then we've got a 37-minute, though. There's only one. Chapter 29. No, spoilers! Spoilers! Careers advice. Spoilers! I didn't know there was a careers advice chapter. I don't know if you could hear that, guys, but Stephen Fry very, very slowly at a 0.7 speed said chapter whatever careers advice. Although in these chapters we do find out that there is going to be careers advice. I didn't realize there's going to be a chapter called it. So spoilers. That's it. May as well cancel the entire series now, guys. Right. Sorry for the waffle, but it is a thing of stress for me, and so because I get stressed about it, when it comes around to putting out the announcements and everything, I just think, okay, you know what, just do what's best. Oh no, I'm not going to word like that. How am I going to burn it? Okay, just bite the bullet for me to bite the bullet, which means that I then do multiple very large chapters and everything, which then does limit how much time I've got for the rest of the channel, and also not my enthusiasm, because that is not waning in the slightest, but my energy, you know, because like I say, it's like a 20 minutes chapter, right, and then it's an hour chapter, it's like, wow, you know, it feels like it's a huge task, you know. I thought I'd just add that. If you've got any thoughts, let me know in the comments, guys. I've seen other people say that we should split up the book review and the book club. I don't think that would help that much, and also I kind of want to avoid doing that, because I like keeping it all in one video, you know. Anyway, come on. We're getting through this chapter nicely, though, guys. Dumbledore applauds, followed by the other professors, which is very nice. I really like that. Ron says that was the dumbest speech I've ever heard, and I grew up with Percy, which is a great line. Again, the whole political thing, but yeah, because Percy being a politician and everything, or an aspiring politician. That's where Umbridge went. I don't know if I want to say it went wrong, because I feel like she probably doesn't think it went wrong in the slightest. But if Umbridge was trying to get, you know, students on side and everything, that's where she went wrong, by going in there as a politician rather than a teacher. Then again, we never had a speech like this from another teacher, so God knows what the rest would be like. Imagine Snape. Imagine Snape doing a speech to the entire school. McGonagall would be fine, but then, you know, hence why she's, you know, she's deputy head. Sprout would be fantastic, obviously. Yeah, Sprout would be fine. And oh no. Flitwick! You nearly got me, didn't you? Flitwick would be interesting. Hagrid, I think Hagrid would be terrified, actually. Would he? No, I don't think he would. I don't. Yeah, but you know, he wouldn't be very good, though, would he? He would be brilliant, you know. Or maybe he would. Maybe be the greatest speech maker of all time. Anyway, I like that Percy line, anyway. Hermione says that there was something important hidden in the waffle, which is amazing. This video should be called Waffle and Biscuits. Waffle and Biscuits. That's what these chapters are. That's what these chapters should have been called. But I love that line. There was something important. There was some important stuff hidden in the waffle. I love that line so much. Waffle used to be a major word on the channel back in the day, guys. It really did. I think I still say it a lot, but back in the day, it was like one of the main things I would say, you know. Progress for progress' sake must be discouraged. Hermione says that the Ministry is interfering at Hogwarts, which is the only thing she says in the movie scene. But like I say, the movie scene really is to like basically get us to the next scene, you know. I think the movie scene's great, and I think it puts over Umbridge as an incredibly uncanny character. I don't think the book does make her out to be that uncanny, really. Whereas, I'm going to go and check my reaction, guys. I feel like I was already unnerved by her at this point. Whereas in the book, I don't think we're meant to be. I feel like that's going to be building up for the detention scene, which obviously I've not got to yet. Which was the big OF moment in the movie. Whereas in the book, I feel like it's going to hit even harder. We shall see. Ron calls over to the first years and refers to them as midgets. Hermione says that the first years. So that he can't say that and everything. And he says the first years this way, which is just wonderful. I want to see that in the series. That side of not fake Hermione, but Hermione, because it's the first time that Hermione's ever had a authority, isn't it? Yeah, has to be, surely. Like, actual authority. And so, yeah, she's getting straight into the role. I love it. Yeah, I get the impression that she's putting on a voice, or at least a character, the way that she says it. So that's great. She's, like, probably masking this whole authoritative character. Not authoritarian, sorry. That'd be very different. Oh, my nose. And so now, I've got here, like, Harry smiles to one of the first years, or to a couple of the first years, and they both, like, recoil in horror. And that was the first moment where I thought, oh, that's why they're scared. It was very subtly done for it. It said a few times how they look scared and everything. But didn't make that much of a big thing of it. But then it just, because it's written in that way, it hits you like a ton of bricks when Harry immediately realises, oh, that's what's going on. And so Harry, obviously gutted by that, just wants to get back to the door, to the common room ASAP. But he doesn't know the password though. So as he's standing next to the fat lady, Neville comes along and says that he knows the password, and it's going to be something that he's going to remember, which is Mimulus Mibbletonia, which is the cactus, I believe. I'm pretty sure that's right. Now, obviously, that's been done for him. I'd imagine certain people. No, sorry. I think that people may have thoughts on that in the book club. But yeah, it's been chosen as something that Neville would be able to remember. It'd be very difficult for anyone else to remember, quite frankly. But you know, I'm sure Sprout would be happy with the choice. But yeah, tough for the others. Fred and George are pinning something up in the common room. I've got down here is an advert. We find out later on. Seamus and Dean are talking as Harry enters the room, and he gets the impression that they were talking about him just as he entered. Harry does wonder to himself if it is him being paranoid, which I really appreciate, guys, because I've brought it up a few times in the past, guys, particularly over the last few videos. So I'll keep it short, guys, but. Over these book reviews, I've been saying, I wonder if that's actually happening or if it's just in Harry's head. And very often back in the day, people would say, no, Veggie, it's happening because it's there in the book. Whereas even Harry is questioning his own paranoia now, which I really appreciate, guys. To me, in a way, it almost validates my previous opinions of his paranoia. And so I really like the fact that Harry is holding himself to this. Harry, in my estimates, guys, as a character from the book, because obviously I had to read these books, you know, as if I'm learning these characters for the first time. I really freaking like him now, and I'm so glad he won the last favourite character from the book, guys. And I'm appreciating him even more in this. I really am. I'm not saying he's my favourite character so far in the book. Who is my favourite character so far in the book? Haven't had enough Creature. Although I love him. Hermione's been great. Ron's been great. All three of the Golden Trio are up there. You know, I want to say Lupin, but that's just because he's my favourite Harry Potter character, not Wizarding World character. That goes to a certain lovely character from Fantastic Beasts. And it's not just because I have a crush on her, guys. I feel like she's a fantastic character. Tina, I should say. Tina, I think, I'm sure I brought this up a billion times, guys. But I really appreciate Tina as being, like, not, like, someone in the wizarding world who is really struggling with her profession and her morality and everything. And she just feels very, very beaten down. And I really like that, guys. Now, you could say that the Weasleys are, in a way, beaten down. They're struggling for money and everything, guys. Okay, guys, I'm going to put this in the Weasley police are coming to arrest me. I don't know if you can just hear the siren going past there. I'm going to put this in a firm way, guys. The Weasleys are struggling in the most middle class way imaginable. I hope that comes on. I don't even really want to explain myself, guys. But you know. I don't want to sound like I'm having a go at the Weasleys. I'm not having a go at the Weasleys, guys. But, you know, like, their struggles, in my opinion, are very, very middle-class struggles, you know? That's my opinion, you know? They don't feel like the poorest of the poor and everything, you know? And so for Tina, you know, she has a small apartment and everything. She has a job and everything, so she's not struggling, you know, desperately financially or anything, but, you know, she is, like, you know, when we meet at the start of the movie, because obviously by the end of the movie she's completely changed, which is why I love her as well. But you know, I'm trying to think of someone who has the weight on her shoulders and isn't dealing with it well as much as Tina. Because you could say, well, Dumbledore's got the world on his shoulders. Yeah, Dumbledore handles everything like a pinch of salt, which is not a term. And so, the fact that we do see, you know, when she's, like, you know, taking Newt up to see Methuselah and everything. Or is that her name, or is that the business? I can't remember. But going up to see the president. And, like the goblin that lives is like, well, hang on, you're not, basically saying you're not in this role anymore, but she's still doing it to try and make good. But then he goes up there and they say, you're not an aura anymore. And she's like, yeah. And she's trying to do the, I love it. I think she's a brilliant character. I really do, guys. And the fact that, you know, she's then just such a badass in the second movie, I think she's so cool in the second movie. Especially what she does to Newt's brother, which is amazing. It's my favourite moments. And in the third movie, sure, she's barely in it. But I was so happy she came at the end. I was so happy with the final scene, guys. I really, really was. There's my little waffle about Tina. Don't know why I'm talking about Tina, guys. Why am I talking about Tina? Because we're talking about favourite characters from this book. I don't know. I think it's going to be one of the Golden Trio. Molly's been great. I mean, we've had a lot to discuss about Molly. I loved Dumbledore in the hearing. That was my favourite Dumbledore scene that we've had so far. So there's many people in the gunning for right now, guys. Right now, I'd say it's the Golden Trio. One of the Golden Trio. Sorry about my waffle about Fantastic Beasts, guys, but I want to explain why I really appreciate her as a character, guys. I really think that she's great. And the movie should have just focused on the four, guys. It should have just focused on Newt, Tina, Queenie, and Jacob. But it brought in so many other characters that I didn't care about. I'm sorry, guys. I had to be honest now. I had to be honest. I didn't care about Lestrange in it. I just didn't. And the second movie ends in this sort of way where we're meant to really care about her. We just weren't given the time to. And also, she was being played off against Tina. And obviously I'm going to be on Tina's side because I think she's great. Anyway, enough waffle, guys. I still enjoyed the movies. The first one I think is fantastic. Beasts. The other two don't focus enough on the going forward. Newt's barely in the third one. And even the last scene, it basically says, yep, that's right, it was Dumbledore's movie all along, not Newt's. That's essentially what the last scene is. Even though I love the last scene, I think it's absolutely beautiful. Anyway. Sorry about the waffle, guys. I thought we're getting towards the main discussion of this chapter now with the whole Seamus thing, because I feel like I'm gonna have a different interpretation than many people in this scene. Anyway, Harry thinks about himself being paranoid. That started the tangent, didn't it? So Dean is putting on his West Ham coloured pyjamas, which I think would be purple and red. I'm not a football guy, guys. I watched the women's Euro final though. That was awesome. We played badly in that, guys, but we we got to penalties, and that's all that matters with football. We didn't play badly, but we deserved to concede another goal, but we didn't though, so it doesn't matter, does it? Because England won, if you don't know, guys. So yeah, Harry says good summer to them, and Dean says, well, yeah, I had a better one than Seamus, and Seamus isn't looking at Harry or anything, guys. So I feel like there's a lot to discuss in this scene, which there is nothing to discuss in the movie. The movie is Seamus angry at Harry. That's it. Whereas I feel like there's so much more to it. So Seamus says that her mother did want her to return to Hogwarts because of Harry. When Harry hears this, he hang on, guys. I'm not exactly sure. I'm just going to read my comment for Betty because I'm not exactly sure what I mean. When Harry realizes why, he drops it immediately. Oh, okay. Okay, so what I think I mean is that when Seamus says this about Seamus's mother not wanting to return to Hogwarts, he immediately drops the conversation and doesn't want to discuss it. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Which obviously is not the case in the movie. He thinks to himself, if any of them knew of any of them had the faintest idea to be the one that all these things happen to. And he thinks to himself, stupid woman. Not like Renee from Hello Hello. You stupid woman. Oh, I wonder if that's going to be Fingerboy's comment this time. Because in the book club, they always like put quotes from sitcoms and everything. Maybe that's going to be it. Maybe. It'll be on topic. Yeah, so Harry at this point has dropped it because he's like, oh god, okay, I don't want to discuss it. But then Seamus, again, still not looking at Harry. Now this is so... I'm defending Seamus, guys. I've given him a hard time in the past, especially over Cedric. But Seamus, whilst not looking at Harry, says... Well, he asks Harry what happened with Cedric. Now, that to me... Maybe I'm interpreting, guys. I think that is an olive branch that Seamus is giving there, because he knows what he just said about his mother probably would have upset Harry, and so he's saying what actually happened with Cedric because he wanted to know. So there is a chance that he will believe Harry. That's my interpretation here. Now that does change, but I feel like that is because of what Harry says. I might be a bit unfair here, guys, but I'm trying to do this part fairly because I thought this back and forth. This back and forth was fascinating. So when he says what happened to Cedric, and I know it's not great that he's not looking at Harry. That's really not good that he's not looking at Harry. Oh god, Umbridge not looking at people drives me nuts in the next chapter. But he's not looking at Harry, but he does ask what happened with Cedric, and Harry says, "Why don't you just read the Daily Prophet?" Now, I think that's unfair of Harry, because I think that Seamus was actually willing to hear out Harry's side of it. And also, in the Great Hall, in the previous scene, guys, in the movie, we've got like Seamus like looking over at Harry, like probably putting him up as the one in the wrong. The fact is, Seamus has been fed this waffle, and is still not 100% going to accept it. Because if he did, he wouldn't be talking to Harry. So, yeah. Anyway. So they start to argue. I got down here. Seamus did ask him what happened. I got down here. I'm sure this is different in the movie. I absolutely was, because I've just rewatched it. Ron turns up and tries to mediate. His ears start to glow red, which is always a danger sign. Which is in the book, which I thought was an amazing line. Because we've had his ears turning red a lot, guys. Or turning pink. but red this time. Because it's probably also that Ron now thinks, oh god, I'm actually in a position of authority as well. I got on here that Seamus now does believe what the Daily Prophet said, but I think that is because the argument started, which the argument was started by Harry. By him saying, why don't you just read the Daily Prophet? That is where the argument started, in my opinion, guys. Ron threatens Seamus with detention. Seamus like drops it and like immediately gets in bed and swings the curtain round on his bed and so hard that they fall down. It's amazing. Love the idea of trying to like, you know, end the conversation, but then just your barrier which you put up just completely collapses. Ron asks if anyone else's parents have a problem, and Dean, who's very chill in this scene, you know, it's just like saying my parents don't know anything about any deaths at Hogwarts because I'm not stupid enough to tell them. That's not good enough, guys. Hogwarts needs to do better. Seriously. Hogwarts have got to be informing Muggle parents. They have to be informing them about deaths at school. They have to be, guys. That's insane. Oh my goodness, guys! Like, imagine like your third year child comes back from Hogwarts for the summer, and you say, so how was it this year? And they say, oh, not bad. Only 10 people died this time, and that's the first time you've heard about it. You know, they need to be informing Muggle students of the deaths. They have to. They have to. They can't just leave it down to the Daily Prophet. Can Muggles order the Daily Prophet? They absolutely should be able to. Hermione's parents have a right to. If Hogwarts isn't going to inform them, Hermione's parents and Dean Thomas's parents have a right to hear what is going on in the world where their child is. So that's insane. That Dean's parents don't know about anything on the death. They have to be informing the parents, guys. Anyway. More Muggle discussion. We're getting there, guys. Neville's Gran has actually cancelled the Daily Prophet now because of all the propaganda against Dumbledore and Harry. It's very interesting because actually, I don't know if I got it down on my notes, but Ron and Harry have actually met Seamus's mother, and so for this, I feel like it's so cold the fact that we've met this character and now it's so different. You know, I guess it's similar to Hermione looking down at her tiny egg from Molly. It's like the relationship has changed without the character being there, which makes it very, very cold, you know? So, I like that. I think they met at the World Cup, didn't they? I think they did. I hope they did. Seamus says his mother... Neville says how her gran has cancelled the Daily Prophet and everything, and Seamus, in his defence... In Seamus's defence of himself, he says his mother will weasel anything out of people, so she would have found out eventually anyway. Again, that is, I'm fascinated to read the book club on this one, guys, because I wonder if people are going to be really angry at Seamus. I'm not at all. I feel like he is trying to understand Harry's situation, and Harry's like, no, I was going to do a rude symbol then. I was going to stick my fingers up, guys, but I didn't. But yeah, Harry's saying no, thank you. So yeah, I am defending Seamus, guys. Who would have thought that would happen? And Harry is bringing up the intelligence of his mother. So obviously he's going to take exception to that, you know. Neville says that her gran says that if Dumbledore says he's back, then he's back. Regarding to Voldemort, obviously. Where Neville says this, because he's speaking up in defense of Harry, despite the fact that Harry started this argument, in my opinion, I'm really looking forward to your thoughts on this, guys. Harry suddenly gets a huge feeling of gratitude towards Neville. Now, you got to know that's got... I don't know. would he have that great gratitude towards Neville as much if he hadn't of recently found out about about Neville's parents? I feel like it's influenced by that. And so I really like that. And I do feel like maybe we're going to have a little bit more friendliness towards Neville. I hope so, guys. I do hope so, because I do feel like Ron and Harry are pretty horrible about him. I don't want to say mean, because that feels like I'm downplaying it. I feel like they're horrible about him. So I liked that line about the feeling of gratitude. Seamus really didn't defend what the Daily Prophet said until Harry had insulted his mother. That's the that sums up my entire point on this scene, guys. That sums it up. That it really does. And even then, he's saying that his mother will weasel things out of people and everything. And so, I feel bad for Seamus in this scene. Insanely, I do. Harry wonders if Dumbledore was having the same feelings or having to go through the same experiences with friends and everything the last few months, and maybe that's why Dumbledore didn't speak with him, because he's angry at Harry, which is, I think, that's obviously just Harry being paranoid. I cannot see that being the case, obviously, but that's Harry for you. He does have these emotional paranoid episodes, which is not a term. He wonders how many more attacks like Seamus he would have to endure. And my final word here, guys, is attack, ? I'm really looking forward to reading your thoughts on this, guys, because I don't think Seamus did anything wrong until Harry started being sassy to him, like saying, why don't you just read the Prophet, and bringing up his mother's intelligence. Which I know he thought, stupid woman. You're stupid woman, ignore me. I'm looking forward to your thoughts. Guys. Either way, let's move over to chapter 12, Professor Umbridge. Oh, God, this is such a frustrating chapter. In a good way. Just had a little think about it. And a couple of other characters that you could say are struggling with the weight of the world on their shoulders are Sirius and Lupin. But I would say that they are coping with it better, incredibly, despite the fact that what they're going through is actually worse than Tina. They are still kind of stoic in their ways, whereas Tina is clearly like at rock bottom, and that's what I do appreciate about her. Anyway, enough about that, guys. Let's move on. Chapter 12, Professor Umbridge. In the common room, Hermione sees and rudely takes down an advertisement from the Never Do Wrong twins asking for test subjects for their completely unharmful and totally legal experiments. She also informs Harry that Lavender Brown thinks he is a liar and that division is what Voldemort is good at. The newly crowned Gryffindor Quidditch captain, Angelina Johnson, comes and tells Harry that they will be hosting tryouts for a new keeper, which makes Ron's ears prick up. I'm going to say this right now, guys. I'm not sure if the term tryouts was used in the UK back then. I don't think so. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Fred and George make their way over, being scolded by Hermione, but they say they should focus on their owls, which they themselves did not do so well on. But they don't care, since they will be dropping out when they are of age to focus on their business. They attend their first day of lessons with a brief and not so fun interaction with Cho Chan. They end the day with Defense Against the Dark Arts, and Harry clashes with Umbridge, who sends him to McGonagall, and she informs him that he must keep quiet whether he is right or not, and Umbridge had given him detention for the rest of the week. Thank you so much, Max, for the summaries, and thank you so much, Jonas, for the sidebars. I gotta say, Woozle has joined us, guys. I forgot to mention that. You're right, Bubba. It's okay. We'll go somewhere soon, I promise. We had to get through a long list of notes first, though. Seamus leaves the dorm before everyone else. Harry asks everyone if he thinks he'll become thinks he'll become not allowed. What? Sorry. Okay, I've already messed up. So Seamus leaves the dorm for everyone else. Harry asks everyone if he thinks he'll become a nutter loudly. I'm getting regarding believing in Harry and everything. Dean, like, you know, Dean is very cool in this scene, guys. He's just like trying to downplay everything. It says that he picks up his school bag. I didn't realise they had school bags. They have bags to an extent, don't they? Because one of Harry's got like dropped loads of liquid or something once, didn't it? I can't remember when, but yeah, they do have a bag. But the term school bag just felt out of place there for some reason. But I've done. Okay, let's move on because that's such a non-note anyway. So they now check out the thing that a friend George are putting up, and it says galleons of galleons, which for something which is virtually painless. And I've got on here, I presume it's experiments, and I think that's pretty much been confirmed that they're going to be test subjects and everything. And they're actually going to be paying students for it, which again doesn't sound that legal. But anyway, Hermione tells Ron they need to talk to Fred and George, which is actually fair. They absolutely should, because if a prefect doesn't act like a prefect, that would damage them, wouldn't it? You'd think, maybe. And so they really do need to discuss it. Obviously, Ron doesn't want to have any part of that discussion. Ron tells Hermione Seamus thinks that Harry is lying. I don't know if that's true. I'm really looking forward to reading the book club, guys, because I don't think that that's actually what Seamus said, until he was provoked. Lambda also is sus about Harry, apparently. Harry says been having a nice little chat with her about... Oh, yeah. So when Hermione says that Lavender thinks that Harry's lying as well, Harry says to Hermione, been having a nice little chat with her about if I'm a lying attention-seeking prat, have you? Which... The thing is, guys, in the movie, it's heavily implied that this anger that Harry is having is because of Voldemort. Now, I don't know if that is going to be the case, because it's so on the nose in the movie. I don't know if it's going to be the case in the book. In a weird way, I kind of hope that it isn't, because it's showing a very human side of Harry. But this is just unpleasant. And the thing is, what he's doing here is he's taking out the rage that he wants to take out on Seamus on Hermione for doing absolutely nothing wrong. And Hermione frickin' defends herself here, which I really appreciate. But I got down here, the way that Harry talks to Hermione generally is kind of like dismissive, Remember when like he wouldn't say thank you for the longest time, It would be quite... Hermione says it would be quite nice if you stopped jumping down our throats, Harry, because... I don't know what I'm doing her voice now. Don't down our throats, Harry, because in case you haven't noticed, Ron and I are on your side. She needs to have a badge. Next to the spew badge, she needs a badge saying that. And Stinky Potter. Harry does begrudgingly apologise, because, again, there's so much self-reflection in this book with Harry, which I really do appreciate. Hermione points out that Harry points out this is what the Hat and Dumbledore were talking about. Exactly, yeah, the division. The group... a group of Ravenclaws like tighten their ranks when they see Harry in the corridor and everything. I wonder if that is a I wonder if the scene in Goblet of Fire was a reference to this, because I mentioned it many times during the Goblet of Fire book, guys, where like Harry's trying to like speak to Cho, but then like there's like this pincer movement or like just closing around Cho, like other Ravenclaws and everything, and that instantly reminded me, this part of the book instantly reminded me of that. So I doubt it's a reference to, I doubt the movie was referencing this part of the next book, but I thought that was a nice coincidence at least. Great little scene. So yeah, Angelina does come up to Harry and says, "Good summer," and then doesn't give him a chance to answer, which is amazing. And says that she's the new captain and that they're looking for a new keeper. When they get to the Great Hall for breakfast, the mail arrives. It's so odd. I've thought about this before as well, guys. It's certainly not the first time. There being so much mail on the first day is insane. It really is. You know, it's completely bizarre. But anyway, so Hermione's Daily Prophet arrived as always. Harry says that he's given up reading it and how it's just rubbish and everything. And Hermione says it's best to know what your enemy is saying to Harry. I mean, that's scary. That's scary. Hermione again, isn't it? Just she has no moments where she just sounds like a complete psychopath. And I just feel like it's best, and she's right. But the way that she words it, saying it's best to know what the enemy is saying, it's very militaristic, you know, for her to be saying. And so the classes are Binns, Snape, Trelawney, and Umbridge today for the first day, which is not a good start to the year, apparently. What a cute monkey! What a cutie! Don't worry, Woozy. We'll get through this. She's staring at me now. So upon realising the schedule, Ron says that he wishes that Fred and George would hurry up with the skiving snack boxes, which is amazing. Obviously, Fred and George then suddenly appear, and Fred offers Ron a nosebleed nougat for a cheap price. Ron is instantly suspicious about why it's a cheap price, and they actually do say that there is no antidote for it now, and so you just like wither away essentially, which is brutal. I hope that hasn't actually happened to any students. Obviously, Dean's parents won't know if it had. You're a monkey. What a pretty girl you are. Hermione tells Fred and George not to advertise on the Gryffindor board. Fred mentions that the owls are coming up, and they've been told that they'll be holding their noses to the grindstone until they're rubbed raw, which is a really very horrible description, but you know, I guess very Fred and George-ish, but yeah, that's a horrible way of putting it. George goes on to say they were considering not coming back to Hogwarts for year 7. I don't believe them on that. I actually don't. I think that just for Molly that they would have come back, but yeah, I feel like because they have the money now and they have and they have the business idea and everything, they're just very smug with it, you know. So I do feel like they would have come back regardless. I think, because and when looking, and George goes to say why they would think of doing that, but then looks to Harry, and Harry's like giving them a bit of a stink eye, and and so like George says, like, oh well, now that we got our owls, we won't, rather than just because Harry has given us the money. This is the most bizarre thing here, guys. I had absolutely no idea that Ron and Hermione didn't know where the money came from. I thought they were in the room when Harry gave it to them. So yeah, I'm going to re-listen to the last chapter of the last book, guys, because I was sure that they knew about it. But because even Ron like says they bought me new robes and all this sort of stuff, you know. I thought they were in the same room. That's so strange to me. So Fred and George will be taking their WTs. I presume that's essentially like A-levels. If I don't know if A-levels are still around, but that's what I got. Hermione asks where they got the money and for the products and the premises, and I got down here. Doesn't she know? I thought she was there. I swore that they were there when Harry gave them the money. Also, there's going to be careers advice coming up. Spoilers, I just found that out. Ron's slightly embarrassed to say so when talking about careers advice, like the Golden Trio talk about what they fancy doing and everything, and Ron is kind of embarrassed to say that he wants to be an Aura, but then like says that only the best of the best can do that and everything, and so he's like really putting himself down, which is such a lovely side of Ron, it really is. Hermione says that she wants to take Spew further, so I don't know. I'll be absolutely fascinated by the end of the last book if Spew is still considered a thing, and if it actually goes on to be anything, guys. I'm absolutely fascinated. I'm presuming not, but we shall see. Maybe because of creature, we shall see. So now we'll go to History of Magic. Binns' voice was almost guaranteed to cause severe drowsiness within 10 minutes. 5 minutes on a warm day. I love that description so much. Binns is actually a bad teacher, right? There's no two ways about it. I mean, he's not the only one at Hogwarts, let's face it. But I mean, there are actually very few good teachers at Hogwarts, I ain't thinking about it. Yeah. But Binns is a bad teacher, though. Yeah, you know, sure, he is saying the information, but you can't just say the information. You need to teach the information, you know. Or you could just play a recording of it, you know. I've always assumed that Binns isn't a bad teacher, but now I really do get the impression that he is. I've always assumed that it was basically just putting over Harry not finding the subject interesting and everything, and like, you know, and Ron, of course. But it really does seem like, particularly here, that no, he is actually just a bad teacher, and that they've had like 5 years of this now, or 4 years. We hear that the only reason why Ron and Harry have passed their previous exams in this course because they've copied Hermione's notes. Her allowing it, of course. The teaching is of the giant wars, which instantly I thought, well, this could actually be an interesting subject. But then it says Harry thinks to himself how other professors would be able to make this interesting, but not him. So he's actually playing hangman with Ron, which is quite old school. Well, not even old school. It's like a. It's weird that they're playing hangman in Hogwarts, you know, considering all the other things you can play. But I guess it's a low key game, isn't it? So yeah, I got down here. It's interesting that Binns isn't a house representative when it comes to the house ghost and everything. Considering he's a teacher and everything, maybe he doesn't have the historical importance. But I then looked up to see what house he is, guys, and I couldn't find it. Like, there was an article of all professors at Hogwarts and everything, which included the games, the books, the movies, and everything. And at the bottom it said no idea about Binns. And so yeah, I don't think it's ever been confirmed. And again, he could be older than Hogwarts, but I don't get the impression that is the case. Hermione threatens to not allow Harry and Ron to copy her homework. So whilst on the way to the next class, Cho approaches the trio. And you know, it says hello, Harry, and Harry says hello back. And then as the audiobook went, it went, at least you're not covered in that stink sap. And I thought it was going to say said Cho, but no, it says Harry thought to himself. And so that would have been amazing. But she does then say, oh, you managed to get that stuff off. So she did actually bring it up. But it would be amazing if she said, at least you're able to get that, you're not covered in stink sap. That would be an amazing approach. She asked Harry if he had a good summer. Oh no, sorry. Harry asks her if she had a good summer, which she then instantly regrets. Which took me a second, guys. But of course, see, I don't know if Cedric and Cho were actually boyfriend and girlfriend, but it certainly seems like, at least from Harry's perspective, that was the case. And so he instantly regrets asking it because of what happened with Cedric. I don't know if Harry points it out, but she's wearing a tornado badge, like in the Quidditch team, and Harry like calls her out as being a glory hunter because apparently like most people who had their badges like got them last season and everything because they're doing well. Harry doesn't like the tone of the way that Ron says it, but I guess it's because Ron doesn't see Cho as being one of the group and everything, and also even if he did, he doesn't have the affection for Cho, and so he just, I don't think there's anything. I feel like it's Ron, like, just speaking. You know, I mean, that's a weird sentence, but there's certainly no malice there. And you know, for him to be all nice around Cho would be insincere, and so I feel like to anyone, boy, girl, you know, love interest or anything, or friend, he would have said the same thing. I actually do. Even if Harry had turned up with a tornado badge, because obviously he has a different team. I don't blame Harry, but Hermione gives him an earful as always. Harry thinks to himself how between Neville and Ron, he would be lucky to ever get 2 minutes of conversation with Cho that he could look back on without wanting to leave the country. Which is one of the best Harry thoughts I think we've ever had. I love that. Leave the country is such a draconian thing. Harry thinks to himself how Cho could have easily hated Harry for what happened to Cedric, about him being alive and Cedric not, which is actually a really messed up thing. It's a messed up thing for anyone to think, but for someone as young as Harry, that's really messed up and very, very dark. And so, and I feel, and I mean that in a sympathetic way, you know. I wish he wouldn't think like things like that. Woozy, can you like this? Because you're putting me off, baby. There you go. Good girl. Good girl. So we're now into potions. Snape reminds the class that the owls are in June. And says, moronic though some of this class undoubtedly are. When I got down here, good start. I mean, that is just so nasty. It really is. It's so freaking unprofessional. It really is. You know, it's so... I mean, then again, I probably had teachers... And the thing is, you wouldn't get it now, which is a good thing, guys. But I probably had teachers that would, like, just insult people, you know? Probably. Can't think of any exact examples, but, yeah, it's, I mean, again, I'm dyslexic, guys. To me, Snape would probably see me as a moron. You know, especially as this class, this particular class, has you reading off a board, guys. I would struggle to do that. And so, yeah, in Snape's book, I would be one of those morons, although I'd be a Hufflepuff moron. So we hear that the owls stand for ordinary wizard level, and for some reason, guys, I don't know, I've never thought that that's what it stood for, but it actually does stand for that. And so, maybe I did know it and then it blanked it out, but it seems like such an odd way of putting it. Ordinary wizard. I mean, it's almost like a negative thing to it there, you know? And so if you don't get them, does that mean you're unordinary? Yeah, it seems odd. Seems odd. So they are to make a draught of peace. Pardon me. But if made incorrectly, it can put people into an irreversible sleep. So that's pretty terrifying. It's an unexpectedly difficult potion, which Ron and Harry and Hermione we're expecting Snape to start off the term with. When there's 10 minutes left, Hermione's the only one's potions that's going well. I presume we're going to get that scene where Harry is acing Hermione in Half-Blood Prince, but we shall see. That's such a funny gif of Hermione looking absolutely exhausted, failing to make the potion. When looking at Hermione's potion, Snape has no comment, which essentially means that there was nothing there to criticise, which is amazing. Which again is from Harry's perspective, but you know what, guys? He's just called people in the class morons, so I think it is possibly likely. Upon looking at Harry's not so successful potion, says, "Can you read, Potter?" And Potter says yes. Turns out and tells him to read out the third line on the blackboard, which Harry then suddenly realizes he'd forgotten to add the syrup of hellebore. So Snape evanescos the potion, just makes it go away, which is very interesting. It makes it go away. Yeah, because obviously Harry then gets very annoyed about the fact that it was made to go away, but maybe there was an additional reason for it, but that's me doing a lot of work, you know. But yeah, because that basically means he's going to get a 0 because there was no potion, and so that does seem unfair to do that, because maybe he'd got a 1 out of 100, you know, for the potion because a potion was made, but maybe there was other circumstances for it. I'm not sure. Hermione says that she was actually expecting Snape to be a bit nicer because of the Order, which, to be fair, is actually a fair point. But then again, you know, he's keeping up the pretense. You know, if he's suddenly not really nice, but if he wasn't his usual self to the Golden Trio, some of the Slytherin students may be a little bit suspect about that. You know, and so it is important that he keeps up the face. But Ron replies to Hermione, poisonous toadstools don't change their spots, which is a brilliant twist on a saying. Hermione says Dumbledore probably has a lot of evidence to trust Snape, which I appreciate. I appreciate Hermione going out to bat for Snape, but then again, she's also just not been criticised by him, so maybe it's because of that. But I do appreciate the fact that Hermione is thinking about these things, you know. And again, it's the whole bringing the school together thing, you know. The fact that, you know, Snape is our enemy normally, but, you know, we need to be working together, and, you know, it's interesting that Hermione is at least exploring that. Ron clearly disagrees and they start arguing again, and Harry snaps and is just like furious at Ron and Hermione always arguing, which to be fair is true. They are always at each other, not like that, but they are always having to go at each other, aren't they? Which, you know, could be a kick in the heel sort of, you know, they fancy each other sort of thing. But at the same time, Harry's had enough of it because it is constant. It really is. But then again, Harry wouldn't be saying this stuff if everything else wasn't going on in his mind with Seamus and, like, you know, the first years and everything like this, and Hagrid not being there and all this. And so, like, Harry, like, stormed off to the next class alone, guys. He seems to be doing that a lot recently, going off on his own. He passes Cadogan, who tries to, like, duel him and everything by, like, following him and, like, going into, like, the next paintings, but then he ends up running into a wolfhound, which is amazing. Nice little little mention of Cadogan there. I appreciate it. A divinations class. Ron tells upon arriving, Ron tells Harry that Hermione and him have stopped fighting, stopped arguing. But Ron then does say, but Hermione says it would be nice if you stopped taking out your temper on us, which is obviously a repeat, different words, but a repeat of what she said earlier on. Which I really appreciate. And Harry, I don't know if he shows frustration on this, but Ron immediately says, oh, that's her words, by the way. And so, I freaking love them. I really do. It's so, I think that, you know what, guys, I think it's Ron and Hermione at the top of this book for me so far. They have been such good friends, you know? To Harry, I should say. And so, you know that they had a little conversation saying, okay, we should calm down, I think. But at the same time, Harry should calm down as well. You know, this is what Hermione's saying. So I completely agree. So I love the fact that's such a lovely little moment, you know. You know what? Back in a couple of books ago, that would have caused a couple of chapters of people not talking to each other. We seem to be past that now, and so we can actually discuss it. So I really like that, as in the contrary can discuss it. So Trelawney has apparently been following the fortunes of all the students throughout the summer, and she's happy to see that all the students have returned safely, as she knew that they would, which is such a Trelawney line. The lesson is interpreting each other's dreams. Neville's dreamt of giant scissors wearing a granny hat. Not granny hat, sorry. His grandmother's hat. I don't know if that is a direct reference to the Boggart, but I think it must be. So maybe now, since very interestingly, since the Boggart situation, I think it's, and obviously this is me doing a lot of work here, but since Lupin used his grandmother's outfit to make Snape seem less scary, it inadvertently made the hat something that Neville would associate with being scary. Unless he had a dream about giant scissors and then tried to stop the dream by imagining it with the hat on. And so that's very interesting. I say it's very interesting. I'm probably the only one who's interested in it. But it's got to be a reference to the Boggart. And so it could be a positive or a negative from Lupin's lesson. Which I do still think is odd to do in front of other students, but either way. Again, what Molly saw last time. Imagine that happened in the classroom, guys. Ron doesn't tend to remember dreams. Obviously, Harry doesn't want to be sharing his, naturally. And definitely not the Molly one, that's for sure, which I literally just mentioned. Ron, kind of. Ron says that he's been dreaming about Quidditch. That could obviously be a reference to the tryouts that are happening right now. Harry says that it probably means that he's going to be eaten by a giant marshmallow, which I don't think happens in this book. Or any book. Does it? I wonder if there's going to be something about a marshmallow later on. I don't know. I don't know. I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued to see if this one goes back. Because obviously, they tend to come back, don't they? Which is such a great detail. It really is. I wonder how long it took people upon first how many read-through it took until they realised these connections with Trelawney's classes. Oh, it's just started raining again, Woozy. That's okay, isn't it? We've both got raincoats. Okay, so Ron talks about the fact that they have a foot of homework to do a foot and a half homework for bins on the Giant Wars, and a foot of homework to do for Snape for Thursday on Moonstones. And it's interesting that they're both, because it's a large foot and it's another large foot, and it's Ron's homework. I wish there was a term that I could think of, a term that I could come up with that could connect the large foot that Ron has for bins and the other large foot that he has for Snape's homework. If there was a universal term that I could come up with to describe it being Ron, for Ron. But I can't think of any term that I could come up with, so I guess we'll just have to move on. Defense Against Dark Arts. Umbridge says good afternoon to everyone, and a few people are going. And then she instructs them to say good afternoon, Professor Umbridge. Now this is something which I definitely had at school, guys, and it's unfortunate that it's not in the movie scene. I got to say, I really like the movie scene. I think the book version does a lot better job at putting over Umbridge's authority. Because quite frankly, because she's not a good teacher, and she's not good at what she's trying to get done as well. That's important to remember, guys. But she's not getting flustered. She's smiling throughout, but by the end of the book scene, she's not smiling anymore. There's no smile there anymore. In the movie, she's like shouting and like getting visibly annoyed and almost visibly upset. Even when Harry said about Voldemort coming back, she's like, she looks genuinely upset that she's having to say that no one's trying to hurt you, which obviously could be insincere. But I get the impression in the book version she's not saying it in that sort of like doting way. She's just saying there is no one who's going to hurt to everyone. Again, which is insincere. But I feel like I feel like I'm going to hate book Umbridge more than movie Umbridge is basically what I'm saying. Because there is that vulnerability that we get from movie. And her performance is incredible, guys. It's fantastic. It really is. But this scene is very different, in my opinion, in the book. And I do prefer... I like the way the way it's left with Umbridge more in the book. I do. But my god, it is annoying. It is so annoying, guys. Making the notes for this bit was like pulling my hair out in a good way, as in it's meant to make you frustrated. Let's be deleting as we go. So the Defense Against the Dark Arts, a return to basic principles. Ministry approved course for Defense Against the Dark Arts, and the what's the term? It starts with P. Pledge? It's not pledge, is it? But basically the aims, anyway, the aims for it for Defense Against Arts are now going to be understanding the principles underlying defensive magic, learning to recognize situations in which underage magic can be used. I'm pretty sure I got that right. And 3, placing the use of magic. Placing the use of defensive magic in a contextual use. Now, again, the way that this is worded, it was very, very difficult for me to write down, and I feel like that's on purpose as well. You know, it's all these like meaningless pledges and everything. You're right, Bubba. You have a quick yawn, are you? I don't think I've got anything good for you. I think you're all out, Bubba. You have to wait until later. Oh, your ears are up. I'll have a look. I'll have a proper look. I've got a couple of tiny little bits. Oh no, you've got a few little bits. I'll give you all of them. That'll add up to one good treat, won't it? There we go. Here you go, stinker. Good girl. Right, moving on. When I ask you a question, I would like you to answer yes, Professor Umbridge, or no, Professor Umbridge. Again, all this stuff is kind of missing from the movie scene, although she does ask for people to put their hands up at one point. She's having the class read a chapter from a book. Harry reading the same lines several times without taking it in is just absolutely me. I struggled so much with it, guys. It's obviously my dyslexia. And obviously this is not a great way of learning, which is obviously what it's putting over. I wish it had got to the point where they actually are reading the book, because it's all like, in comparison to previous Defense Against Dark Arts lessons that we've had, it would be so sterile. You could say that Snape's werewolf lesson was kind of, but at least he was speaking though. It wasn't just read this out, was it? And so it doesn't quite get there in the movie, but yeah, the fact that they are just reading this chapter, it's compared to, like, you know, in inverted commas, Moody's lessons and Lupin's lessons, is absolutely horrific. Hermione hasn't even opened her book yet. It says how unusual it is for her to turn down the chance of reading a book and everything. She has her hand up in the air. Umbridge is just like looking another direction and everything. I'm wondering, is she actually ignoring her? Turns out most definitely yes. People start to look up and look at Hermione, like what's going on and everything, until most of the class are just like looking at Hermione and actually not reading the book. And Umbridge finally turning to her, says, "Do you have a question about the chapter or something?" And Hermione says, "No, I'd like to ask something about the claims." Umbridge asks her name, and obviously she replies it, and says that the aims are simple to read, simple if read clearly. Hermione says that she doesn't agree, which is amazing of her, and points out that there's nothing about using defensive spells. Umbridge says that there would be no need to use a spell during the class, which is so annoying. The fact she keeps on saying during the class, because that's not the point. And she keeps on doing it when everyone says, "Yeah, we need to learn spells." Says, "Well, why need to do a spell during my class?" It's like the only reason she's there is for her class time and nothing else, you know. And that goes into what she says about owls later on as well. The owls. Ron says, "We aren't going to be using spells." And Umbridge says, tells him to raise his hand, and when he raises his hand, she just looks away. And it happens so many times in this chapter, guys. It is infuriating. I'm actually worried about how many Umbridge classes we're going to be having, guys, in the book, because this is already annoying, in a good way. Harry and Ron also put their hands up. Umbridge addresses Hermione. And Hermione says, "Surely the whole point of this class is to practice defensive spells." And Umbridge says, "You'll be learning about defensive spells in a secure, risk-free way." And Harry says, "What use is that if we're going to be attacked?" Umbridge says, "Hands, Mr. Potter." And then completely ignores him again. Oh my god. This little bit about the whole, because the thing is, she says students in my class will put their hands up, then Harry doesn't put his hand up in the movie. This is so annoying. They're actually saying put your hand up and then completely ignores them. Is like, oh god, putting them in their place essentially, isn't it? Dean says, if we are going to be attacked, it won't be risk free. And again Umbridge says during classes you're not going to be attacked during classes. Oh, it's so enough that she keeps on bringing up, you know, the fact that it'll be not all she's concerned about, but she thinks that they're talking about in the class, and it's so annoying. And it makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. You know, as in, you know, I'm not saying that the book doesn't make sense. I'm saying that she isn't making any sense. You know. Umbridge says how the class has been taught by some very untrustworthy people, including half-breeds. I'm glad the fact that she's bringing it up at this point, because in the movie she brings it up like immediately before ever getting challenged, whereas she's saying this because of what the students are saying. I much prefer this. Again, the movie didn't have much time, but I much prefer this scene, guys. Even though the fact I hate it. I prefer the scene that I hate. Go figure. And Dean, of all people, is the one who says, if you mean Professor Lupin, he was the best we've ever... And then Umbridge instantly says, hands, Mr. Thomas. Oh, God, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. But I'm loving Dean going to bat for Lupin, and that's awesome. Because normally it's like the Golden True who defend people, so it's really nice that Dean is a part of that as well here. And again, no. To be fair, in the movie she says this after Harry says about Voldemort, and she says, you've been frightened into believing you're likely to meet dark attackers every other day. I think I may have got the wording wrong there a bit. Umbridge brings up how Moody had actually used dark magic actually on them. And Dean is the one to point out that he was a maniac. I love the fact that Dean's getting some airtime here. It's brilliant. And if I'm getting any of these wrong, guys, I apologise, but I'm pretty sure it is Dean who says it. So Umbridge says the Ministry believed that theory is enough to get you through your exams, and says how that's the whole point. Parvati brings up that there is a practical part of the exam, which is very interesting, which completely makes sense in Defense Against the Dark Arts. And Umbridge says that you should be able to do a theory to be able to do it, which is obviously not how spells work. And this is the thing, guys. I, as someone who's watched the movie, don't know what Umbridge's plan here is. Is it to make sure that Harry isn't learning how to defend himself, or is it the Ministry trying to clap down on Dumbledore's more wild practices, or people that he employs for practices? I don't know, and so which is cool. It's a nice place to be in, but I don't actually know her full motive at this point. You know, I honestly don't. I know that maybe I should do. Because of the movies, but I honestly don't. But yeah, being able to do something just because you've read about it is insane, especially spells. We know that isn't how it works. It's Leviosa. Harry says, "What good is theory in the real world?" And Umbridge says, "This is school, Mr. Potter. It's not the real world." It's so annoying. It's so annoying. Again, it doesn't make any blooming sense what she's saying. Very political. She says that there is nothing out there, and says who would want to hurt children like yourselves. And this line is in the movie, but Daniel Radcliffe, and I don't think it's Daniel Radcliffe's fault, but his delivery is kind of weird. It's almost as if he is like thinking, oh well, let me think. Voldemort. The way he says Voldemort. No, I take that back. He is being so much more subtle. Whereas the reading of it from the audiobook, I get the impression that Harry is meant... Because Harry is an angry kid at this point. And I feel like this is where it's coming out as well. Which in the movie, it isn't. He says it a lot more subtly. Which, is, again, fine. It's definitely not the actor's fault. But he's like, let me think. Maybe Lord Voldemort? And obviously a lot of the students are like, he said the word and everything. It's so much more sassy than in the movie. But then again, now I think about it, I don't hate it, but the anger that Harry is feeling, presumably because of Voldemort in the movie, he should have probably said it more angrily. It didn't feel like the same person who's getting angry all the time. He could have said that more sarcastically, I think. So that's instantly 10 points from Gryffindor, probably just because of the V word. Or maybe for the sass, maybe. I've got down here, there is absolutely no humour in the character yet for Umbridge. And tell me if you have a different impression, guys, but I always found Umbridge to be a slightly funny character in the movie. Like always. Maybe not in the court, in the hearing, but any other scene with her in, I feel like there is always a slight twinge of humour. I mean, we got the bit where she's coming up to Snape and says, "Oh, you didn't get chosen the divine twins." She starts dancing, goes, "Obviously," and all that sort of thing, you know. And so I do feel like even when maybe not the detention scene, which we'll be covering next time, but there is. No, I think there is, because of all the cats and everything. I feel like there is always meant to be something slightly funny about her. Just slightly. I'm not getting that at all so far in the book. And so, that isn't a criticism of the movie or the book. I think that both are brilliant, but right now I see them as very different characters, which is intriguing. Because I didn't expect that, guys. I honestly didn't. Umbridge says that it's a lie about Voldemort, and Harry says, "I saw him, I fought him," and instantly gets given detention for tomorrow. Umbridge tells the class to report anyone else telling them about dark wizards returning, which is bad, guys. It's really bad. Like people, again, it's trying to turn the students against each other right there. I mean, there is black and white. You know, it's like, you know, it's very North Korean, like, you know, dobbing in your neighbour and all this sort of thing. You know. Harry stands up and says, "So according to you, Cedric Diggory just dropped dead, did he?" The movie version, he says something slightly different, which doesn't quite make sense, as I remember. He says something at the end of the sentence, which it may say "out of the blue" or something. I can't remember. And Umbridge, now with the smile completely gone, says Cedric's death was a tragic accident. Harry says it was murder. Voldemort killed him, and you know it. Now the you know it, guys, I'm sure isn't in the movie. It could be. I don't think it is though. But does Umbridge know it? Again, I don't fully know, and maybe I should do at this point considering I've watched the movies. But I still don't know if Umbridge is on Voldemort's side. I know she's on Fudge's side. And I think it's very possible that she is the key spy for Voldemort. But I don't know if that's the case. And so for Harry to say, "and you know it," means that, "and you know that I have said this," essentially, right? Rather than saying that she knows, because she wasn't there in the circle, was she? I don't think she was. In Goblet. And so yeah, I don't know if Umbridge does, and I don't know if she more works for Voldemort or Fudge, or if it's just Fudge. I honestly don't know, guys, which is a fascinating place to be at this point, because the fact it says "and you know it" doesn't quite compute to me. Yeah. Umbridge calls Harry up to the class. Again, she's getting flustered in the movie version, whereas she stopped smiling, but she is still taking control. Because the thing is, she's got ironclad ways of making them behave, and she's going to do them regardless of how awkward or depressing or how miserable it's going to be. Whereas the movie one is getting flustered by all the questions, you know, which I don't think... She's getting frustrated, but she's not getting flustered, though. I feel like that's the difference in the book one. So she calls Harry up, writes a note, and tells him to deliver it to McGonagall. Harry slams the door on his way out. It's not the hospital wing, so they didn't go... before Umbridge continued the class. Harry bumps into Peeves, of all people, who calls him crackpots, which is actually amazing. that's pretty good. That's actually pretty good, isn't it? Goads Harry about seeing things and speaking tongues and everything. All the callbacks coming back. He actually slides down the banister as Harry's like rushing to try and get away from him. Obviously, in Hogwarts Legacy, he slides down the banister a lot, so I think that might be the inspiration for that in the game. Because I'm pretty sure he hasn't slid down the banister before. I don't think so. Maybe. And Harry delivers the letter to McGonagall. After reading it, she says, "Well, is this true? Well, is this true?" And Harry says, "Is what true?" Which he says in a more aggressive way than he intended. There's little bits like that, guys, which I freaking love Harry's character. And in a sense, I kind of hope it isn't because Voldemort's making him angry. I kind of hope it isn't, because it's so freaking real, you know, to snap at someone accidentally and then realise, oh, hang on, not only do I really respect this person, they're completely on my side, and also they're in a position of authority. And so, so immediately, when he realises that he said, oh, is what true so aggressively, adds Professor to try and soften it, which is adorable. Little bits like that I absolutely adore, guys. I really do. And yeah, the whole Harry getting angry thing, guys, we shall see. I kind of hope it isn't to do with Voldemort. I really do. Anyway, let's move on. You know what? It's very human. And I wouldn't be suspicious of anything whilst reading the book, that's for sure, for the first time. So the letter says that he shouted and called Umbridge a liar. McGonagall, obviously, in this situation, is in a very, very difficult situation, obviously being a part of the Order and everything, and also Harry being, like, her priority and everything. Basically, like, sighs and says, have a biscuit, Potter. That has got to be the funniest line from this book so far, right? Have a biscuit, Potter. Which is it's so relatable. You get the impression that whenever anything really bad happens, like maybe when Ginny getting kidnapped, or Hermione getting petrified, all these terrible things that have happened over the years and everything. All that's the same year. McGonagall probably has just gone to her office and had a biscuit. I think that's probably the case. And Harry says, what? And McGonagall says, have a biscuit and sit down. It weirdly has... like, because Harry was expecting her to be angry, and it mentions the first, like, when she was first approached about the Quidditch team, how young Harry was expecting to get caned at that point. Apparently, I don't remember the cane line, but that's what it says in this book. But yeah, the sudden surprise from McGonagall's tone and everything. I got to bring this up now, guys. I've got to bring this up, and unfortunately, I can't. I would risk it for a biscuit if it was, ironically, if it wasn't this long a video, because obviously this video takes a long time to export and upload, and so I can't be editing in little bits that might get copyright claimed, because that could make the whole thing worthless, and I'd have to do it all over again. But there is a great bit, like I said, I want to edit this scene in, because it's very, very brief. There's a comedian called Steve Coogan, guys, and I think I must have mentioned him a few times. Alan Partridge is one of his characters. I don't know how many times I would have mentioned him in the book clubs, book reviews, I should say. He's one of the best comedy characters of all time, guys. Alan Partridge. He's basically like this failed TV host and everything. And the character has spanned like 4 decades, guys, and so it's a long-term thing. But in the first, because he would he would turn up on other shows like the Day to Day briefly. He'd be like the sports correspondent. But he then got his own TV show. It's quite hard to explain, guys. But he was on the Day to Day, which is a comedy show, and he was on another comedy show called Knowing Me, Knowing You with Alan Partridge, which was basically the same character, but now he has a chat show, which is a sitcom. But you know, it's not meant to be a sitcom. It's meant to be a normal chat show and everything. Do you want out, monkey? We're nearly done, actually. Have a biscuit, Woozle. Oh, sorry, you just did. Go on, free. I'll be out in a bit. And so, I don't know why I'm taking this, guys, but it's one of my favourite Alan Partridge moments, bizarrely. So he's basically like this young, kind of nasty, like, wants everything to be right TV host and everything. And obviously, on each episode of Know Me, Knowing You with Alan Partridge, something goes wrong and everything. And there's a Christmas special, which is excellent. The Christmas special is brilliant. And you know, he has like this mock house and everything with like loads of guests in there. Everything. He's going to be getting like loads of celebrities on, you know, celebrities in the world of the character, of course. And they got some bell ringers to start the show, like ringing bells in like Christmassy way sort of thing. And everything. And he goes over and interviews them on the show, so as if the show is on and everything. And he's like talking to the head bell ringer. And says, you know, I can't remember what he asked, but he basically asked Christmassy questions and everything, and it basically ends up with her like saying it's good that Christmas shows like this can be on, which are more about Christianity and less about death, violence, and rude stuff. I'm not going to say that, but it's a rude word starting with P. Well, it's not a rude word starting with P, but it's a rude genre starting with P, if you know what I mean. Anyway, so yeah, which is obviously quite a weird thing to suddenly say in the middle of this like really happy, casual, light-hearted TV show and everything, and so like Alan's like a little bit taken aback by it, and he says, you know, have you seen Noel's house party? That's what this is like. Just keep it light. And so obviously he just wants to like end the interview there, and so he like says, have you had a mince pie yet? And she says, oh no. And he says, have a mince pie. And as he goes to walk away from me, she like says, I was just saying, and he goes, have a mince pie. The way he says have a mince pie for the second time is brilliant. Oh god, guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about the tangents, but I love that moment so much. Have you had a mince pie? Oh no, have a mince pie. I was just have a mince pie. Basically, shut up. The conversation has now ended. Oh, Alan Partridge is great. It's great, guys. I would recommend starting off with Know Me, Knowing You. Some people say that it isn't as good as the next series, which was called I'm Alan Partridge, which is brilliant. I feel like I'm Alan Partridge is probably the best for casual watchers to get into. It is. It definitely is. But I love Know Me, Knowing You. And so I would recommend checking out Know Me, Knowing You first, as well as the Christmas episode, which has have a mince pie? Have a mince pie. Have a mince pie. But a lot of reactors, in fact, check out I'm Alan Partridge 1 and 2 before checking out Know Me, Knowing You. I think it's best to check out Know Me, Knowing You first. But, you know, it's one of the best comedy characters of all time, in my opinion. It's so good. And he obviously really changes over the years because he ends up... Well, he technically gets fired twice by the BBC, and so he's like living in like a I guess you'd say a motel sort of place and everything. And it becomes more like a documentary, but he doesn't talk to the camera, and so it's just filming him going about his life, and it's actually quite tragic and everything, but it's very funny. He's a great character. But I'm sorry, I had to... The whole Have a Biscuit, Harry, I had to mention, have you had a mince pie? Have a mince pie. Have a mince pie. Oh, I was going to edit it in, but I can't, guys. And there isn't a GIF for it, unfortunately, either, but I can't. I can't risk it. I can't risk it for a biscuit or a mince pie. Anyway, let's get through this, guys. We're nearly done. Have a mince pie, Harry. Okay, we're very nearly done. Potter, you need to be careful. McGonagall says in an unusually human tone, which is such a weird, wild way of Harry to see it, but that's so interesting. Yeah, like, I really love the fact that it says an unusually human tone. Misbehaviour in Umbridge's class could cost you more than house points or a detention. You know where she comes from. You must know to whom she is reporting, which I'm guessing means Fudge. That must mean Fudge. Of course it means Fudge. Of course it means Fudge. Of course it does. This scene should have been in the movie, guys, and if it is, I am so sorry. I don't remember it at all. When is it that she like says, "How come whenever there's trouble, you three are always around," or something like that? I don't think that's this movie. It's a great line, though. That's all I said. We have no idea. I can't remember what that's. It's a great moment, anyway. But if this moment isn't in the book, guys, this is already, and not just because of the biscuit line. This moment is absolutely up there as being the moment that should have been in the movie, because this really makes it us and them. It really shows the divide and the danger of what Umbridge could be. I think that without McGonagall spelling it out to Harry, it isn't there. You don't get that the absolute dread of this person being at Hogwarts. And maybe it is in the movie, guys. Like I say, if it is, I am sorry, but I don't think it is. If it is, then I'm looking forward to it. So he now has detention for every evening this week. And there's nothing that McGonagall can do about it. I think that Harry actually asks if there's anything he can do about it. She says there isn't. Harry says, but I was telling the truth. Voldemort is back. And McGonagall says, for goodness sake, Potter, do you really think this is about truth or lie? Truth and lies? Oh, this is a good scene. It's a great scene. Have another biscuit. McGonagall says. And Harry says, no, thank you. And McGonagall says, don't be ridiculous. I love... Oh, man. This is one of the best McGonagall scenes, guys. And it's so short. Don't be ridiculous. It's amazing. And she says, didn't you listen to Umbridge's speech? And Harry, like, basically gives her the gist of it. Let's say something about, you know, progress for progress's sake or anything. And whilst, like, opening the door for Harry to leave, says, well, I'm glad you listened to Hermione at any rate, or Miss Granger at any rate. Oh, brilliant! There are so few lines in this scene, and yet they're absolute bangers for McGonagall, and they actually add to her character, as well as refresh our memory of what she is like. So good, so good. Don't be ridiculous. About the biscuit. Oh, guys, sorry about waffling about the mince pie bit, guys, but it's so funny. And like I said, I really wanted to edit into this thing. It's just like, have you had a mince pie? Have a mince pie. Have a mince pie. God. Anyway, enough waffle, guys. Let me know if you know Alan Partridge. Let me know where you would start if you were to recommend someone Alan Partridge. I think start knowing me, knowing you. I haven't watched the latest show. I've watched clips from it. This time, whatever it's called. Although I have listened to the most of the Youst House audios. Yeah, it's a long-running character now, guys. But the early stuff where it's at. Knowing me, knowing you, and I'm Alan Partridge. Those were peak Partridge. Anyway, guys, let's get over to your thoughts over in the book review. I can't believe we got through that. We actually got through that pretty smoothly, guys. I hope I didn't delete loads of my messages. I'm pretty sure I did. But no, we got through that in good time. So let's go over to your thoughts. I'm very interested to hear your thoughts on Seamus. I really am, guys. We shall see if there are any. Maybe they're all going to be about biscuits. We shall see. I was just thinking as I was taking Woozle out. A lot of you guys say you listen to the audiobooks to go to sleep to and everything. You must have absolute nightmares during that last class scene. You must do, right? It is so frustrating. Anyway, guys, here is the book club, as forementioned. Is where you can give your thoughts and opinions and feelings. And questions about the chapters that we covered today, guys. Got a bunch of questions to get to today, so let's get to it. So let's go all the way down. Oh, I need to check DMs actually real quick. Just in case there's any on there, because that's how we slipped up last time. That's why I had to start off with a couple of DMs at the start of this video. Oh, there's that episode of Angel. Ignore that. Angel's getting intense at the moment. Anyway, right, here we go. So we'll start off with me here. And it starts. Clears throat. Ahem. Hey, Veggie. I see what you did there, Umbridge. Me, Mumbridge. It's remarkable JK managed to make something... I'm going to sneeze already. Already into the book club. I'm allergic to book clubs, guys. It is my crust that I had to bear. It's remarkable JK managed to make something as simple as cleaning the throat as an annoying feature of Umbridge. Oh, absolutely. And the fact is, it's not like a pronounced and loud dominating one. It's just like a very, very calm one, which makes it even more obnoxious, you know. I appreciate Dean not siding with Seamus despite his friendship. Great to see Neville and Ron defending Harry too. It's rare. It's great. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's a rare moment of Harry feeling grateful for something Neville did. Absolutely. No, I absolutely felt that moment. And with Dean, I've got to say, with the Stephen Fry version of it, I really liked the way that he read it. I don't know about Jim Dale's version. But Dean's response to "How was your summer?" is almost laughing. It's like saying, "Oh, it's better than Seamus is," like that, you know. Whereas in the movie, it looks like he's mourning some sort of loss or something. Again, no criticism to the actor, guys. It's clearly not. That scene is so different because everyone's like staring at him in silence. It's. Am I allowed to say this, guys? I don't like that scene. I don't like the movie scene, guys. I really don't. In short, it's not Bo Barton and Drumstrang coming in with their stupid entrances. But, I don't like the scene. It feels a bit GCSE drama. And again, I'm not criticizing the acting, guys. I mean the directing of it. The fact that everyone is looking at Harry. And then Chambers stands up. And it's I'm not a fan of it. Not a fan of it. Not criticizing the actors at all, though, guys. But yeah, Dean seems like he's like almost, devastated about something. The way he says, better than Seamus's. Whereas it's so surprised, like, better than Seamus's. Such a different, performance of the line can mean so much. And to Dean, this whole Voldemort thing and everything, and the Wizarding Wars and everything, he's probably still just getting used to the fact that wizards exist, despite he's been there for 4 years. Oh, 5 years. And so, yeah, I like the Stephen Fry portrayal of it, the fact that he is kind of not taking the whole Harry Voldemort's Daily Prophet thing seriously at all, because he doesn't really feel fully a part of it, maybe? I don't know. Anyway, let's move on. It's weirdly endearing that Ron would blame Hermione if Harry and Ron failed their history of magic owls. Yes, absolutely. He does basically say, well, it'll be your fault, Hermione. Yeah, purely her fault, obviously. Ron is both praising Hermione and being unfair to her. I think she's also stroking her ego. Maybe she's not stroking her ego. He's definitely guilting her, isn't he? Yeah, that's interesting. He's probably at least half joking now. Oh, I completely agree. I feel like he is all the time, I really do. And I think that's why he's so endearing. Which is the word that you just used. Who do you imagine wants to attack children like you? Imagine if Harry had responded with Sirius Black! Oh my god. The Ministry doesn't deny Sirius is free. How would Umbridge have spun it in her favour? Now, I'll say this, guys. There's no way Harry would ever say that. Even if you gave him a month beforehand, say, hey, Harry, the moment coming up, say Sirius Black. I still don't think he would. But that would have been amazing. Oh my goodness, that would have been amazing. Yeah, great call. I love it. Ron, wait, what? Okay, so apparently Ron did something which I didn't notice in this chapter, guys. I must have breezed over that moment. I'm guessing he said something loudly. The fact is, guys, there's nothing wrong with me saying that word, but I still don't want to say it because the context is going to be odd now. So I'm just going to bypass it. The choice of words is interesting. Well, the thing is, it's not incorrect, me here. Okay, I'm going to say, okay, because the thing is, some of you guys listen to just the audio. Apparently, it said in this chapter, Ron ejaculated loudly. Now, again, I think I must have missed that scene. But it is the correct use of a word if it means that he is shouting something. Let's move on. The have a biscuit moment is easily McGonagall's best in the book so far. I'm glad to say so far, but we learned so much about her in this tiny little moment. It's an unexpectedly kind act from a stern professor. Yeah, it's comforting, isn't it? It's comforting Harry. It's her way of showing she's on Harry's side without outright stating it. McGonagall is talking to him on a more personal level, in a way we haven't seen before. Like Harry is an equal, but she's also been the authority figure and advises Harry to keep his head down. I love this moment, and I'm very disappointed it wasn't in the movie. I appreciate you saying it wasn't in the movie, because I was worried that it was. This should have been in the movie, guys. This tells us so much about McGonagall, but also Umbridge. It tells us more about Umbridge than I feel like I ever established. Like, it really did, guys. Although I absolutely loved the movie and the character, I never knew exactly where I sat with Umbridge and what she was likely up to, let alone what she was actually up to. And this scene really states, it really suggests what she is actually up to. It would have been so nice to have that moment with Maggie Smith and Daniel Radcliffe, guys. Imagine Maggie Smith saying "Have a biscuit." Shortbread, no doubt. Either way, I love it. Me here, great start to the book club, all apart from the bit about Ron. That was a joke. How are we doing? Hi, Veggie and Woozle, my pugs, Bruce and oh, is it Brees? It's Brees, right? Because that's the same spelling as one of the Star Kids actors. Brees and Lily, named after Lily Potter, of course, say hi as well. I wonder if Brees is named after. Probably not one of the Star Kids people, but yeah, you never know. I always found it super interesting how the sorting hat finds sorting itself to be divisive. Yeah, you say. I always found it interesting, super interesting how sorting hat finds. Okay, I thought you were saying it always finds it, but yeah, no, that is absolutely fascinating to me. You know, its sole purpose in life is actually morally against. That was not something I was expecting. My hatred for Umbridge kept. I guess it's because it blames itself. Maybe when things go wrong. Maybe that's it. My hatred for Umbridge kept this book a page-turner for me, as I wanted to get to the end so bad to see her finally gone. Well, I mean, she comes back in the movies, doesn't she? But we shall see. Well, movie, I should say. Oh, we're doing great comment. Thank you so much for making it. By the way, guys, I'd like the comments to keep track where I am, so if I accidentally forget to like one, it doesn't mean I hate the comments. I always have to say these stupid things on my videos. Oh my goodness, I forgot about this, guys. So I got this, like, months ago to use in live streams. And I haven't done a live stream since. And we need to get back to them, guys. I'm sorry. I know I keep on saying that, but I got these ages ago, so let's try one. Why did the crab never share? Because he's selfish. Okay, another one. How many tickles does it take to make an octopus laugh? 10 tickles. Well, that's better. That's better. And one more. Why wasn't the woman happy with the Velcro she bought? It was a total rip-off. I feel like they got better as they went, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. I know I keep on saying when you get back streaming, guys, but yeah. It's been a tough year and a half. Anyway. Did I not even start the comment? Jake, I'm sorry, I didn't even start. Samai Woogie. Amazing. Chapter 11. I have to wonder, is the sorting hat imbued somehow with Dumbledore's thoughts and personalities? That's what I thought immediately, Jake, but I then disagreed with it, though, because of Dumbledore's lack of speech, you know? Would the song have been markedly different in tone had, say, Fudge been head? I'll sort you in house before. Don't listen to that Dumbledore. I don't think so. I know. To be honest, Jake, I honestly, my take on this scene is that the sorting hat has more of an individual personality than ever. That's my take on it. What really happened that night is such a bizarre question. What did Seamus hope? Harry is secretly admit that he murdered Diggory in order to win the tournament. They did both seem to resent him for beating Gryffindor in Quidditch after all. Oh, I see. I think you're making a half joke, right? What did Seamus hope? Harry Okay, I think you're making a joke, Jay, but just in case, I'm going to side with Seamus again. I think that Seamus, because I didn't say it in the book club, guys, and I should have done. But at some point it does say about how, with everything that was going on, Harry has not had a chance to speak to other students about what happened. Obviously he also doesn't want to and everything, but very, very, very few people have heard his take on it. And Seamus is asking for that take because he wants, in my opinion, and guys, and this might be me doing a lot of working, he wants to be able to believe in Harry. That's my take. Then again, I think you're joking, Jake. So let's move on. Chapter 12. Umbridge, I'm going to enunciate that. Pardon my wizarding French. Excellent. Is so... Pardon my French is such a crazy term. I've never understood that. It's so patronising. It make... Oh, there's a great bit. Oh, okay, briefly, Veggie, please. There's a bit where Del Boy on Only Fools and Horses has done something stupid and he's having an argument with Ronnie, his brother. And Del Boy says about how brave he is for taking chances and says, the French have a word for people like me. And Ronnie says, yeah, the British have got a couple of good ones as well. Love that line. Alright, anyway. It's so patronising. It makes my blood boil. She's described as speaking to Harry with a horridly honey voice. Ugh, just that sentence makes my spine tingle. Which makes it obvious to me that she's goading him. Oh, interesting. And losing her temper is playing into her... him losing his temper... losing temper is playing into his hand. Yeah. I think that is definitely... I feel like you're probably right there, Jake. I think another take could be that the horridly honey aspect is her getting a little bit impatient, maybe. And laying it on more thick, maybe. The honey, not very vegan. But no, I think you're right, though. We immediately see her prejudice when she refers to Lupin as dangerous half-breeds, yeah. And I wonder who told her about the unforgivable curses being performed by, Fake Moody. Will you presume that all the houses are getting the same lessons from Fake Moody? You would imagine, right? So, Lucius, yeah, from via Draco. Yeah, I feel like that's the most direct route. That's and obviously via Moody then. That could have been what they were talking about. I doubt it, but it may have been. Have a biscuit, Potter is one of the two legendary McGonagall scenes missed from the movies. Oh, interesting. All the best to both of you. Thank you so much, Jake. I wonder if we've already passed the other one. I'm guessing not. Sorry guys, bit of a teeth. I finally, ow. I finally moved to an electric toothbrush. And it's great, but I feel like I've missed a spot today, so I just had to do that. It is great. I just, yeah, it's getting used to using it properly, you know. Fascinating stories with Veggie. Right, and Rod. Hey, Veggie, feel free to skip this comment. Why would I do that, Rod? It's such an odd way of starting, unless it's got spoilers in it. Everyone else... Oh, okay, can we please... There is a video... Oh! Okay, Rod, thank you very, very much. It's a very sweet comment. I actually am not going to read that if it's okay, but I really appreciate it. The taking a visible toll thing, I think that is going to happen regardless because of my dyslexia, autism, and the fact that I'm talking at speed for several hours. So that's going to happen. I would also say it is a bit much to ask, because we got 70 comments in this one, guys, and a lot of those are going to be replies, of course. I appreciate the idea. I can't expect everyone to read through every other comment, especially some comments are still pretty long, which I do ask if you can keep the comments shorter, guys. Which is the point which you're making as well. So I appreciate it, Rod. Thank you very, very much. I won't read the reply or anything, but I appreciate looking out for me, seriously. But the visible toll, I mean, the fact is, these bags, I've had them since like I was 12 or something, you know? So they ain't going away anytime soon unless I have an operation. But yes, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Rod. I appreciate you looking out for me. And honestly, it's the length of comments which is the big thing. Even the repetition, I can kind of either decide to skip over that part or give a different angle of it. But when a comment is long, it's very often I just have to not respond to it. And that just means I am just reading a comment, which I don't know how much fulfilling that is to the person who's making a comment, you know? Anyway, thank you, Rod. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you. Andrew K. Hey, Veggie. Just wanted to say, these videos have meant so much to me and have provided me such a comfort space in hard times. Andrew, that's very kind of you to say. Thank you. Never underestimate the power that your positivity has on the world. You know what, Andrew? I really appreciate that. And sometimes, I was going to say, okay, I was going to really put myself over then. I was going to say, yes, it's very easy to forget sometimes. I wasn't going to say that. I wasn't going to say that. But you know what? The comments that I got on my videos are absolutely the main reason why I do this stuff, guys. It really is, which is why this is so fun to me. Like, if I posted a video and it got like 1 million views, but only had a handful of comments, I would be gutted by that. I actually would, guys. I would be gutted about the monetization, obviously. I'm not that stupid. But, it's probably down to the fact that I'm fairly socially isolated. Not compared to some people. I'm not saying that. But I need interaction, and the channel is a large part of that interaction, and so it means the world to me. And if it can mean the world to anyone else, guys, then it also means the world to me. That doesn't make any sense. Andrew, thank you very much for your very kind word. Let's get into the comment. Wouldn't it be amazing if the rest of the comment is just having a go at me? That'd be brilliant. Yours last book, if Harry's request to Fred and George to buy Ron's new robes would have been followed up. In this chapter, it has. They bought him new robes. Absolutely, they did. I feel like it was mentioned. It wasn't mentioned before when he was made prefect, was it? I thought Ron and Hermione were in that room, and Rita Skeeter. I thought they were in the room when this was said, but clearly not. Have a biscuit? No, don't be ridiculous. It's one of my favourite moments in the whole book. And the way McGonagall drops the act of teacher to give Harry some authentic, serious advice as an order member is great. It's brilliant, isn't it? And it's such a short scene. And that's not a criticism. I think it's fantastic they do such a short scene. Ron being a prefect doesn't fail to disappoint. Hey, you lot midgets. Yes, absolutely. To the first years, he says it. P.S. You were right last video. I'm always right. My picture is, in fact, of me pulling a mandrake. There we go. I always forget the name of the mandrakes. At the Warner Brothers studio. Stay safe. I was driving very, very near there recently. Because my brother was over and he decided on a trail that he wanted to do, a walk, which is like over an hour and hour and 10 minutes drive away. He doesn't drive, so I did all the driving. It was a nice walk, guys. It didn't really warrant the time it took to get there, if you know what I mean. But we passed the studio. We saw the signs for it. What a day out that is. What a day out. Especially if you grew up with Harry Potter, guys. I know it could be a little bit dear, but if you could put the money together, it will be a day. It will be a day, believe me. I don't know what I mean by that. Anyway, thank you so much, Andrew, and thank you for your kind words. Stephen, have a biscuit, Veggie. Hope that's speaking. Chapter 11. Interesting that even the Sorting Hat is now questioning Hogwarts' house system. Yeah, and it sounds like it's not the first time. Nick did say that the message is always the same, so it may be that he has brought up this whole sticking together thing before. I love how Neville stands up and has a voice. As a voice of reason, leaving Seamus speechless against him and his grand's logic. I love that as well. I'm very intrigued to see if I'm the only one who's actually giving Seamus a pass here, guys, because I feel like I might be. Not that you're actually destroying him. Chapter 12. Fred and George testing products on students is troubling. That's a word. That's one word. Given what we know about the ingredients. Yeah, troubling is one of those words. What's the word which I can't stand and I always try to use to avoid it? Problematic. Because it's basically saying there is a problem without actually saying what the problem is, you know. And so saying it's troubling, it's downright outrageous, quite frankly. But Stephen, I agree. I like it. I like your thoughts. Umbridge having pointed teeth makes me imagine Gollum cosplaying her. That must have been done, because you do get cosplay crossovers, right? Imagine that. Maybe it hasn't been done. It would be a good one to do. What would you call it? Gollumbridge. There you go. Ow! Magic's dangerous, guys. Gollumbridge. McGonagall's biscuits and the surrounding scene is a standout moment. I love that so much. It's one thing I always look forward to in this book. One of my favourite teachers in the series. Yeah, and especially after the scene that it's on. That it's after. It's really rewarding, and it's actually comforting, quite frankly. Stephen, great comment. Maddie Guma. Ignore me. It's a Monokuma impression. It's really cool of Neville to stand up for Harry against Seamus, and Ron's loyalty and belief in Harry feels like a positive inverse of what happened in Goblet. Oh, well, I like that. I really dislike Snape's teaching here. It's understandable Harry would get a reduced score for making a mistake, but a full 0 while everyone else gets credits? Yeah, I wonder if there is more to it, but I can't think what it could be though. So yeah, it is bad. Harry still is has quite a temper. To be fair, he had a really crappy first day back. I think Ron and Hermione just bickering with each other, but it drives. I think bickering each other, but it drives Harry nuts. Yeah, he's not angry at the bickering. He's not. He's clearly not. Have a biscuit, Potter is my favourite line from McGonagall. I'm not surprised. And I understand why she advises discretion, but I do believe it's important to speak the truth, especially against authority. Oh, I guess so, Maddie, but in Harry's case, I disagree. Oh, man, I like it, though. I do like what you're saying, but that is difficult. That's a difficult one. It's hard for me to imagine Umbridge looking like a toad. I just think of a more portly version of the actress. What do you think of Book Umbridge? Well, what I imagine of her is still like a Studio Ghibli character, weirdly. It really is. I find her infuriating, but I love how half the class raises to Harry's aid. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, this is our first Umbridge scene, isn't it? Because before now, we've had very brief moments with her, but this is her. We're actually meeting Umbridge here, you know, rather than her playing some sort of, you know, some other professional role. P.S. Ron ejaculated loudly always catches me off guard. I mean, I missed it. I completely missed it, quite frankly. So thank you so much. I'm glad that you could put that was actually a line as well. Joe. Hello, Veggie. Thank you for the reviews. During the pandemic, I was reading those books to someone out loud all day, every day until I finished them. By these chapters, my voice changed so much that my cat was checking if it was still me behind the book. Oh my goodness. Sounds like someone demonically possessed reading it. Wow, that's crazy. It actually affected your voice. I guess it would do if you're doing it every day. Crazy. Chapter 11. I honestly think, considering the situation that Harry... oh, and thank you so much for the comment, for saying about the route. I honestly think, considering the situation, that Harry hardly had to go at Seamus's mother. He wasn't even that rude. I am so glad you said that, Joe. Now, I'm not sure if you completely agree with the extent of my defense of Seamus, But that is reassuring, because I had a feeling that, I have for you. Sorry, it's a Beatles song. I had a feeling that I'd be the only one. But no, that is reassuring. Thank you very much. Have a biscuit. Winters. Chapter 12. I like the setup of the... I like the setup to the argument with Umbridge, because we see the chain of events that put Harry even more on edge. It makes sense how he reacted to in context, right? Oh, absolutely. It's absolutely understandable that he's furious, and I reckon that Umbridge was expecting it. I don't think she wanted it. I don't think she... I mean, I do feel like she was going into an extent, but I don't think she wanted this moment, this argument, you know. Or maybe she did. I don't know. We shall see what the other comments say. Or I like how Dean spoke up for Lupin. It hints that he is generally liked. Absolutely, yeah. Rather than... Because obviously Harry had a direct connection with Lupin. But the fact that Dean really appreciated it as well, that's fantastic. I appreciate that. When I was first reading the book, I was a child, so forgive me. I thought that the cookie was laced with some karma potion. Wow, well, we just heard about it in the in Snape's lesson, hadn't we? I hope McGonagall will have more scenes in the series. I think that she will. Wow, that's crazy. I mean, Joe, I think I've talked about it before. I must have done. I mean, one day I need to make a video about all the things that I misunderstood when it came to watching Star Wars A New Hope for the first time. Because I was very, very young, and as I remember, my dad and one of my brothers had to explain a lot to me. But there was one bit where Obi-Wan is asking Luke to come to... is it Dantooine? No, not Dantooine. Alderaan, of course. Asking Luke to go to Alderaan with him. And Luke can't, because he's got commitments and everything. And he says, look, I'll take you as far as Anchorhead. You can get a transport from there to wherever you want. And without looking at him, Obi-Wan, Alec Guinness, who is just fantastic in the movie, despite the fact he had no idea what was going on. But Alec Guinness is so good in the movie. Without looking at Luke, he just like goes, you must do what you think is right, of course. Now... minor spoilers, guys. It's something that happens early on in the first Star Wars movie, so I feel like it's okay for me to say, if you really don't want to know, mute for the next 20 seconds, okay? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Luke then rushes home, realizing that the stormtroopers may have been interrogating his foster parents, his aunt and uncle, I should say, and he returns there and finds them dead. Not just dead, but burnt. There's like skeletons there, guys. This is what was a U in the 70s and 80s. It is a dark image. Now, I think that's probably 30 seconds now. Now, because of the way that Alec Guinness performed that line, I thought Obi-Wan had done it. I thought Obi-Wan had done that. So I can't say it now because the time's passed. But, yeah, so I was sure that Obi-Wan had done that. And so I had to have it explained. No, he's a good guy. Veggie. They didn't call me Veggie. Imagine if they had. Anyway, thank you so much, Joe. And that's amazing. And that's got to be because of the Snape's lesson, right? Or maybe she had. There's no confirmation if she had or not. Esmeralda, hi Veggie. I kind of hated Ron in these chapters. He was rude and uncorn, stuffing his face, insulting Nick, midgets, rude to Trisha. Yeah, now that is so interesting, Esmeralda. I hadn't thought about this. I am going to give him a pass with the tornadoes line to Cho, because I feel like that's just how Ron would have said that to anyone, and he didn't. And maybe he's just not picking up on the fact that Harry and Cho are kind of like, you know, interesting in talking alone, you know. And so I'm giving him a pass on that. I didn't like what he said to Nick. I really didn't, and I never do. I don't like it when people are nasty to Nick. And the midget thing, yeah, even that, I was like, oh, come on. Yeah, and so, yeah, I'm with you. Although he does have some great moments here as well, though. I also really like the fact that he relays to Harry that that Hermione has said that he needs to calm down when talking to them. And then says, that wasn't me, by the way, I was just relaying the message. I mean, like, but yeah, no, you're completely right. I'm with you, Esmeralda. Even when he was sticking up for Harry, he couldn't wait to use his new power. That is so true. It's going to get him in trouble, isn't it? I feel like it's going to. Two small mentions here for about professors. McGonagall and Sprout share a meaningful look during Umbridge's speech. Grubbly Plank chatting with Sinistra at the table makes me wonder about their personal lives. Do you think they're all friends? I definitely see McGonagall and Sprout getting on. I really do. I really do. They're no nonsense, you know. They don't suffer fools gladly, which is why we wouldn't get on. But I'm saying I wouldn't get on with them. I should say, not you and me, Esmeralda. Sorry. I'm playing talking to Sinistra. I mean, it was just nice to hear Sinistra's name, quite frankly. But yeah, absolutely. I think, and obviously, you know, it's a professional level. It would be amazing to be a fly on the wall in the staff room, wouldn't it? Imagine that. We've had Quirrell in there. We've had Fake Moody in there. We've got Umbridge in there now. Gilderoy. Wow, imagine that. Imagine a book series just based in the staff room. Crazy, crazy. Digo. Thank you so much for your comments, Esmeralda. Digo, Upty-puff, Veggie. I love Hagrid, but I agree with Luna. He's not a great teacher. Even Hermione is thinking the same thing. So yeah, I wouldn't go as far to call him a joke though. And there are definitely worse teachers at Hogwarts, like Snape, who throws away potions of students he doesn't like, thereby actively hindering their learning process and influencing their grades. Or even Binns, who is so boring that most of the class never follows his words. It's kind of horses for courses, Digo, because I do feel like in a certain context, Hagrid is the absolute worst out of all of them. I think Snape, if he was just in a Slytherin class, would actually be a very good, attentive, and very professional teacher. But he isn't. Binns, you get the impression that he has taught these lessons. Yeah, this is interesting. Maybe Binns, when he first started, was like this really inspired, interesting, engrossing teacher. But he's told these stories so many times, even he's probably checked out. He's on autopilot. Hagrid is freaking dangerous. He really is. And so, yeah, I do agree Hagrid isn't the worst if you take everything into account. If you specify a certain type of teaching, Hagrid can be the worst. A joke is a bit mean, but Luna speaks her mind, doesn't she? She's not trying to be nasty, is she? I don't think. On another note, as bad as Shrawny might be as a teacher, I agree with her in one point she made in these chapters. Divination shouldn't be a gradable subject. Oh, that's very interesting. I feel like you either have a third eye or don't. The whole Hermione protocol, isn't it? Yes, the Hermione effect. And there isn't really anything in between. Oh, you know what? When that came up with Hermione last book, guys, that is actually what I was thinking. I was thinking, well, this is just black and white then. There's like do or don't. So yeah, I completely agree, Digo. Also, I really feel sad for the Sorting Hat. I mean, in essence, the Hat is desperately saying that what he's doing is wrong, but he is forced to do it and urges them to unify between houses. He is basically denying his whole purpose. There we go. Yeah, I completely agree. I don't know if he's being forced. I think he probably could. I think he could refuse. I feel like he has reservations about what he's doing. But I don't think like he's like desperately being forced to do it against its will. You know, I don't think it's quite that much. That's my reading of it though. And even then, basically no one apart from Hermione seems to really consider even trying to bridge the gap to the Slytherins. I wonder if that's going to pay off. Imagine if she's able to get a Slytherin to join Spew. That'd be crazy. I mean, that ain't going to happen. Oh, I guess it could. Because, you know, I guess it could. I think it could. Obviously not, obviously not certain Slytherin families and everything. But yeah, that's very interesting. Again, I would have loved to learn Draco's relationship with Dobby, but apparently I don't think it actually happens. Lastly, when first reading the series, this was the book when I went from liking McGonagall to truly loving her. Oh, fantastic! And the book scene is just the beginning of her being an absolute badass in this book. Oh, fantastic! I'm looking forward to that. Because I know that she obviously in the movie confronts Umbridge, and there's a whole stairs bit. But yeah, I am intrigued. I am intrigued. Benjamin. Hi, Veggie. A short one for me this time. Just one sentence. I effing love McGonagall. Thank you. Excellent. Fantastic job, Benjamin. I just feel really spaced out. We've only been recording... Well, we've only been doing the book club for 40 minutes. So I do want to continue a bit on. But I need to check the DMs. I don't think there are any DMs this time, but I didn't think there were any last time either, so I definitely need to this time. If you do DM me, guys, it's always better to DM me on Twitter if you can, or Blue Sky. I am very slow at responding to DMs on Instagram. It sucks, because someone was like, it messaged me. If you're watching this, I apologise. Someone messaged me saying, hey, Veggie, I'm going to be coming to Oxfordshire soon. Is there anything you could recommend doing or something? And I didn't see that until after they'd already been and gone. So I'm sorry about that. I felt terrible about that. But I'm so bad at replying on Instagram. DMs on Patreon. Notifications are terrible on Patreon, guys. I don't know if anyone else gets that, but they really are for me. And so, yeah, Twitter and Blue Sky are the places to DM me if you want a pretty fast response. And I'm pretty fast on there. Either way. It's another thing. Hi, Veggie Woos. I love it. I love how everyone's using different ways to describe me and Weasel now. I really try to edit this down. I hope it's not too long. I feel like this is, perfect, if not slightly. And so don't worry about that nurse thing. This compared to some, this is quite frankly tiny. And so, yeah, I appreciate that. It's a nice thing. Luna, I love you, but don't say mean things about Hagrid. Okay, I'll admit, he's not the best teacher, but he's not a joke. I feel like Hagrid doesn't get the appreciation he deserves. He always looks out for Harry. Yeah, but that's from Harry's standpoint, though. Supports Harry in every way he can. He tries so hard, but is always discriminated against. Well, that's actually fair. Even if it's not the most obvious. Now, the discrimination, I have to admit, I've got to put my hands up. It's another thing. I didn't realise there was any discrimination until last book. Last book? Yes, last book. So that's on me. So yeah, you're absolutely right there. I do feel like... Who would be a good example? Oh, here we go. Here's a good example. If, say, Ron, let's face it, Ron would be the most likely to say it, said to a student, I nearly saw that. Bloomin' bins, dude. Jeez, that guy's a joke. He just keeps on waffling it on. I can't take anything in. And then we find out that outside of lessons, Bin has been a great comfort to a student who's very unsure about maybe their family history or something, or maybe they're a muggle, and they've been able to tutor, much like Lupin did, tutor this student to understand the subject more, or just to be more happy in themselves and everything, and maybe look out for them, and maybe help them out like Hagrid has with Harry. What that would feel like for Ron to say that about Bins. And so that's what I'm saying, is that to other people, they don't know that Hagrid's, they don't know Harry's doing all these adventures and Hagrid's helping him out and being a, not a fatherly figure, but like an uncle to him. Or even like a brother in some stages, but you know, Luna's never seen that. We've only just met Luna, and so she has no idea about Hagrid's connection to any of them. I think that even if she did, she probably would have still said it anyway. But just imagine someone saying that about Bins, and you know, and we as book readers wouldn't be that offended by it, because we'd probably just say, yeah, Bins, You know? So yeah, that's my take on that. But and you're right about the discrimination, which I didn't take into account at all before what came out in the last book. I'm still feeling spaced out. Oh, I need liquids. I think that's probably it. I know, Rod, it's not taking my toll. It's not taking my toll. I'm just randomly feeling spaced out. But thank you, Rod. I really do appreciate your comment. It's interesting how people are viewing Harry, especially those that have known him for years. To me, it seems like Seamus initially believed Harry, but when Harry started insulting his mother, Seamus then took her side. I 100% agree with that. It's nurse thing. Thank you. I thank you. I'm so glad. I'm so glad that other people are seeing this as well. It's possible that everyone is, quite frankly. Maybe I'm thinking it's some sort of profound thing that I've noticed, but I'm glad that other people are picking up on this. That sounds so patronising, doesn't it? I'm so glad that people are as smart as me, is what I basically just said. Side note, Ron calling Seamus pal, did he? It feels like a very American face. Yeah, it does. I don't think I've ever heard a Brit say that before. It instantly makes me think of a Sid Vicious wrestler interview with Jim Ross, where he's backstage and he's like doing this promo to the microphone and says, "I'm gonna beat you at the ring." Hang on, can we start again? Sorry. And Jim Ross says, "We're live, pal." So he just had to go straight back into it. So embarrassing. R.I.P. to Sid Vicious, Sid Justice. Yeah, you're right, pal. It's a weird one. I feel like if Dean said it, I'd believe it more, because maybe he would have just picked up it on from movies, maybe. But yeah, you make a great point there. That completely passed me by. Well, Harry sure has a doozy of first day of classes, which, by the way, I'm confused. The train to Hogwarts is always on September the 1st, right? Then why is the day after they arrive always Monday? Oh, that's confusing. Is it always Monday? Maybe it's a wizard thing. Magic, you know? That's a great point. Excuse me, Snape. Rude much. You cannot say that what was anything close to acceptable. You cannot say that what was anything close to acceptable. There is no excuse or defense for it. On another note, can we please see a dream sequence where Ron is eaten by a giant marshmallow? Please. Well, it wouldn't be a dream sequence, would it? Because it's based on Ron's Quidditch dream, right? I think I've misunderstood it. Yeah, I thought that Harry's interpretation of the Quidditch dream was that Ron was going to get eaten by a marshmallow, which might happen. We shall see. Love McGonagall. She is the best. Have a biscuit, Potter. Yes. Great comment, isn't it, Stig? I appreciate that. That was an excellent one. And I'm guessing the Snape thing was saying about the Moranic stuff. Because that, to me, is worse than the just getting rid of Harry's potion. It actually is, guys. I think because, in my head, there's another reason why he got rid of the potion, but I just can't put my finger on it. But saying that people in the class are morons is completely unacceptable, guys. But then again, I think that there would have been teachers when I was at school who would have said that sort of thing. I think I mentioned it before, guys, but apparently I barely missed a art teacher. All my art teachers were weird. It's defense against dark arts, essentially, at my school. It really was, actually, now I think about it, because we went through a lot of them. But apparently I barely missed one called Mr. Mills, who's just before my time, who would, like, throw clay pots at people and stuff. Amazing. Anyway, and then one was drunk in my class and we never saw her again, unsurprisingly. One ran away with one of the students, and then the last one, I don't think anything really happened with her, but she never looked me in the eye. mean, she may be an autistic, thinking about it, potentially. Maybe that was it. I never thought about that. But yes. Yeah, it's weird that that my art classes, art I should say, at school for me really was the Defense Against the Dark Arts. We went through a lot of teachers, guys. Like I say, one ran away with a student, apparently. Anyway. Oh dear, he was not a good teacher anyway. Moving on. Sandra, sorry to bring the mood down just before your comment. Sandra, it's nice that Harry is calmed by seeing Dumbledore. It's true, like I says, the normal, like the norm is Dumbledore. It shows how much he values trustworthy adults. Oh, I like that. It makes the contrast with Umbridge that much more obvious too. It's so true. And I'm not sure how much more we're going to get, Dumbledore and Umbridge. Maybe not at all. Maybe not at all, wildly. I'd like to get more of it, though. Absolutely. Florin. Hi, Veggie. What do you think about the song, the song of the Sorting Hat this year? Want me to link to the German version again? Sure, it is not as melody as last year. I still like it though. Did you expect Umbridge's lesson to be? What did you expect to be like? Umbridge's lesson to be like? Yeah, you can link it to me, Flora. I'd love to hear it. Thank you very much. Sorting Hat song, I feel like we've discussed already, but yes, it's. I feel like it's something that the Sorting Hat feels like it has to do rather than it's being forced to do. But that's my interpretation of it. But I like it though. I'm with the Sorting Hat. I've always been with the Sorting Hat, guys. You know, check out my early movie reactions. I've never liked the othering that the houses at Hogwarts. It's toxic in my opinion. It really is. Umbridge's lesson. I was intrigued to know what it was going to be like in the book, and I gotta say I much prefer the book. I do like the scene in the movie, but I feel like it almost distills Umbridge's authority already, because she's losing her cool and screeching and stuff, you know, whereas book isn't. So that it was different, but I like the difference though. So thank you so much, Florence. Great comment. Kids, I feel the movies didn't show the support Harry gets as much, but I loved seeing Neville's side with Harry. Absolutely, he's starting to really grow more confidence. Excellent. I'm keeping an eye out for that. Interesting to see Dean trying to remain neutral. Seems he believes Harry, but maybe he doesn't want to risk his friendship with Seamus, who doesn't know what to believe. I love the way that you put that fact he doesn't know what to believe. Whereas in the movie, it's just, Anyway, I don't like the movie scene, guys. I just don't. I was watching it before doing this recording, and it's like, I don't like that scene. And it's not the actor's fault in the slightest. I get when, there is one bit with Seamus that annoys me. The actor. And I don't know if he was doing this on purpose. Or he had been told to do it. But you know when Harry speaks Parseltongue, not for the first time, but when he speaks Parseltongue in the dueling class, and everyone's like, oh, like that. It's like, oh my goodness, like what's going on? There's a bit where I think it's Neville that is, yeah, it is Neville. He stood next to Seamus, and Seamus is like tapping on his shoulder and trying to get his attention, but Seamus is like shocked at the snake. Obviously, Seamus was like was going to go, hey, look, but it's miscommunication in acting. And it's there, guys. Go watch that scene from Chamber of Secrets. And it's Seamus, like, tapping on Neville's shoulder, but Neville is thinking, well, I'm meant to be looking surprised at the snake talking, Harry talking with the snake and everything. But Seamus then carries on, like, trying to get his attention. Really annoys me. I don't know why. God, the stupidest little things that mean nothing that just really annoy you guys. That bit really annoys me. I've never mentioned it in a video before. I don't think I even did when we were doing the book club for Chamber of Secrets. I don't think I would have done, actually. But yeah, there's a little bit. I think it's Seamus. I might need to go check. In fact, I feel like I need a little break now anyway. And I need to go and check the DMs. But I think it's Seamus. So I'm going to go and check this. I can have a quick little break. I'm going to check the DMs. And then we'll get... did I actually read your comment, Ken, did? I feel the movie didn't show support. Seems he believes Harry, but maybe doesn't want to risk the friendship with Seamus, who doesn't know what to believe. I get why Harry doesn't want to talk about what happened, though. Yes, but I can understand the other students not understanding that. You know? Because it's something, it's very important, isn't it? It was only just 2 months ago. He's still... Oh, that's wild when you put it like that. He's still dealing with the trauma and just isn't ready to talk. Though maybe if he shared his story, would more people have sided with him? I think so, but I completely take your point where it's only 2 months, guys. That's wild. Wow. That is wild. I didn't think about that. Kenza, thank you so much for your comment. Sorry about the tangent. I'm going to go and check that scene on Chamber of Secrets. We'll get to Axel's comment next, unless there are any DMs, and so I'll be right back after a quick break. So there aren't any new actual DM book club messages that I can see. And if I'm wrong, I apologise, guys, but there doesn't appear to be. But Hobbit has replied to my apology for skipping the comment last time. And I don't remember this, guys, but apparently Dumbledore was either there or knew about when Ron looked in the mirror in Philosopher's Stone. And so that may have been a reason why he was chosen as prefect, potentially. If that's true, that's amazing. Then I think you're actually right, Hobbit. It's a great call there. Thank you so much. And again, so sorry about missing your comment last time. Axel. Hi, Woozle and Veggie. It's the correct way around. Just a few thoughts on these chapters. Luna talking about Hagrid being a bad teacher and a joke is so wild. You'd think... oh, yeah, by the way, guys, I've watched that scene back with Seamus and Neville. It is so brief. It is, like, on screen for, like, half a second, and yet, for some reason, it really bothers me. It's so brief, it's stupid. And it's not the main focus of the scene, of the shot either. It's just like they're in the shot doing that, and it really annoys me for some reason. You'd think she would love Hagrid and his obsession with magical creatures. Oh, well, that's fair, but that just doesn't make him a good teacher, though, Axel. But yeah, to call him a joke is actually a bit much. Although I think she might say that the other Ravenclaws think that he's a joke. Maybe she does say that she thinks it is. I'm not sure. Umbridge's long, boring speech and her strict classroom rules reminds me so much of when my small town high school got a new teacher who had always taught at big city private schools. Oh, very interesting. He wasn't corrupt or abusive, but would give detention for talking back when all we did was ask a question. That does feel a little bit like Umbridge. And other ridiculous things like that. That is not great. But I guess like in his environment and before, or her, oh no, he, then it may be suited that, but still, it must be quite a paradox. Big city, I'm better than you, personality, entering a chill rural school will always cause the students to hate you immediately. Wow, that's fascinating. I hope he improved it. I hope he picked up on that and improved. Because yeah, that's a brilliant way of putting it right there. I'm glad I graduated 1 year before he became principal headmaster. Oh, balls. Okay, or maybe he didn't then. Jeez. Or maybe he did. Either way, Axel. That's brilliant connection with Umbridge there. The fight between Harry and Seamus isn't about Seamus calling Harry a liar. It's caused by Harry calling Seamus' mother an idiot. So glad people are agreeing with this. For all we know, Seamus was about to say, "She reads it, but I know you fumbled or are right." But Harry jumping in to defend himself is what causes Seamus to defend his mum, which I think is fair. Yeah, I completely agree. I'm so glad others are agreeing with this. We are now getting the angsty Harry, which is both fun and frustrating. Absolutely. Yeah, that's so true. It's been brilliant at some points, but but he is I like that Hermione's calling it out as well. I really do. That's all for now. Hope you have a wonderful day, evening. Have a biscuit, Veggie. No newts were harmed in the making of this thread. That's fantastic to hear, Axel. Thank you so much for your comment. Moving on. Will. Hi, Veggie. I find it a little weird that Ginny defending Hagrid as a teacher along with Harry and Ron. She doesn't have the same type of relationship with him as the trio does. She has only started taking care of magical creatures last year, and with other third years, why she's so defensive? I personally think because she picks up on her brothers, and that's why she's becoming more like Fred and George and everything. That's why she was so passionate against Percy, I guess you could say. And so I feel like she's picked up on it from Ron. I feel like monkey see, monkey do, you know, with Ginny. I really do. I feel like she like through Ron has this care for him, for Hagrid. Almost like maybe she's putting it on to be more like Ron, maybe, but that's my and of course Harry as well. Yeah, absolutely. She's doing it to be more like Harry, and so I really like that choice. Actually, I think it's actually really cool. But yeah, you're right. She has only just started with Hagrid, though. That's so true. And obviously Hagrid is now conspicuous by his absence. Well, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly made. CD Mello. Salutations, Veggie. So the real villain of this story has arrived. Dolores Umbridge. Was wondering who you're going to say there. Let's be honest. Everyone hates her more than Voldemort. Sure, he's the main antagonist, but she's just such an effective heel. I completely agree. Voldemort is your obvious villain. He talks like an obvious villain. He's very, very cocky, slow, commanding, evil and everything. Umbridge is playing on real life frustrations that people have had with people. And so yeah, I completely agree that she's a more effective heel. It really speaks to how well she was written. The way she invokes such strong emotions in the reader is a testament to the author's skill. Exceptional work on that front. I completely agree. I'm only one lesson in and I already cannot stand her. I also found her comment about half-breeds particularly interesting. It's not something we really see in the movie, but it clearly shows how something of a prejudice. And also, Lupin isn't a half-breed. Half-breed, as in breed. No, maybe I'm wrong there, but it seems like an odd term to describe him, you know, considering he was made one. Yes, I'm pretty sure he was. Also, hats off to Neville for standing up to for Harry and his gran for the loyalty to the Dumbles. That moment deserves recognition. Absolutely it does. Fun fact, the spell Severus uses to make Harry's potion disappear is the same one he used in Chamber movie to make Draco Snake disappear. Well, there you go then. Fantastic. I mean, that's the scene which I literally just watched. I saw that bit as well. I didn't pick up on it though. That's fantastic. And of course, Seamus going like that on Neville's shoulder. It really annoys. I don't know why. It really annoys me. Anyway, wishing you and Woozle all the best. Thank you so much, CD Mello. I wish you the best as well. Slim. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Everything in this book so far has been about Harry's desire to return to Hogwarts to save normalcy. His annoyance about Ron and Hermione's vague letters, Dumbledore's remoteness, the Ministry's hearing, Sirius's sulking mood in all about this one thing. When Harry arrives at Hogwarts, he's confronted with a weird dragon-like horse, the mysterious disappearance of Hagrid, the mysterious disappearance of the mysterious appearance of Cho Chang, Seamus and Umbridge telling him he's full of it, and Snape continuing to be total d-hole. It's all too much. In the films, Harry's outburst almost comes from nowhere, whereas in the book it's clear that the straw that broke the camel's back. I completely agree with that. It really, yeah. Harry in the movie, it's like he's frustrated, but then he's not, and then he is, and he is. It's yeah. I completely agree. This is yet another example of Snape being a abysmal teacher. He's simply refusing to grade Harry's work after telling the entire class how important the June examinations are. Harry has zero reference for when he currently is academically in the subject, especially as he did not take the end of year exams in book 4. So I make no apology for having little patience with the idea that Snape is a good teacher, because he isn't. Am I crazy to think Neville's dream of Scissors wearing a grandmother's hat is a bit Freudian? Oh my goodness. I don't think that's what they're going for. I think I understand what you mean, Slim. I think I know what you mean. What is your favourite biscuit veggie? Great question. Vegan, like I said, I had to do, don't I? Because bourbons are accidental vegan, and they are very good. I loved bourbon as a kid. If I could have anything, I mean, there used to be hobnobs, which were oat ones, which were vegan, but they went away. But your milk chocolate hobnobs, which aren't vegan, of course, are like amazing. Jaffa cakes are considered biscuits, aren't they? I don't think I'd put them top though. I do love a bit of shortbread. I wouldn't put it top though. I might have to go with a good old-fashioned hobnob. And the oat ones were amazing as well, so I might even go with the oat ones. But they, either they went away or they stopped being vegan. Maybe I'll have a look for them again. Things come and go, don't they? These are a disappointment, by the way. And yes, these are vegan, incredibly. Well, they're accidental vegan. They don't have anything that vegans can't have in it, is what I'm saying. Pepperami peanuts, guys. When I saw these, and I saw that Pepperamis are like Slim Jims, but apparently they're nicer than Slim Jims. I never had a Slim Jim. But Pepperamis were amazing. they're just all sorts of whatever kind of meats, like any kind of offcuts. God knows what they were, but they're like spicy and they're really lovely, guys. They're a British snack and everything. Adrian Emerson used to do the adverts for them. But obviously, being a vegetarian and vegan, because they're just pure meats, and so when I saw that you could get Pepperami flavoured peanuts, I jumped at the chance. They just taste like chili and sugar. In fact, they mainly taste of sugar. So yeah, big disappointment, unfortunately. Anyway, great question, Slim. Thank you so much for your comment. Moving on. Brianna's. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. I hope you're both well. Thank you very much. I hope you're well, Brianna's. I love the fish shores. Seriously, misunderstood creatures. I mean, I'm with you. I think they're gorgeous. I really do. I'd imagine when you first see one and no one else can see them, they must be very terrifying. But I think they're they're just so graceful, guys. Absolutely one of my absolute favourite Fantastic Beasts. Did you like the Sorting Hat song? Absolutely. I agree that splitting the students among the 4 houses and the point system creates a lot of inter-house hatred. Well, also splitting the classes, because I'm pretty sure that classes weren't into houses when I was at school. Maybe they were. Guild. But yeah, I've always felt that, Brianna, and so I'm glad that you and there's a point I agree. Umbridge is my and others' least favourite character, in a good way or a bad way. Interesting. Her book version is very vile. I have never wanted a character to meet a horrid end more, or maybe every WWE wrestler doing their finishing moves on her for real. Someone must have made Umbridge on wrestling games. Definitely, they would have done. Though for comedy, old school Stone Cold repeating saying "What? What?" I can't really do a Stone Cold impression. To her would be fun before he stunned her. My goodness, yeah, Umbridge being stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin is an image. It's the best finisher, guys. It just is. It's such a cool finisher. If you don't know, guys, it's basically he kicks you in the stomach, so you bend over like this. He then turns around, puts your head on his shoulder, and then just drops down to his bum. Now, it may not sound cool, but watch a compilation of them, particularly The Rock taking it, because they had a big rivalry, Rock and Stone Cold. And it's just so cool. It's just like the coolest finisher of all time, guys. It really is. I also like the Tombstone Pile Driver, of course, which is brutal. Snape, just as vile a teacher as ever. Some say, oh, but he wants to... Wow! Wow, yes! Right, I'm going to edit this. Some people say, oh, but he wants to play hanky-panky with Harry's mam, so that makes it okay. No, it doesn't. Snape ran over. God. Maybe you meant bone as in Bertie Crouch Senior. Oh God, it's just made myself feel sick. Oh my God, Brianna's, what a way to end your comments. Thank you so much. Maria, you gotta see her. Sorry. It's a Blondie song. Ignore me. Right, Maria. Hi Veggie. Hope you're having a great summer. I hope you are as well. Although it's seriously a serious moment, and not at all funny. I think it's hilarious how Harry describes Seamus's mum as Dursley-ish. It does, and I didn't add that to my notes. It does. It absolutely. Yeah, you're right. I completely left that out of my notes. I think I'm talking too loudly. I feel like I'm being a bit dazed. Not Dursley-ish. I think it's so interesting that Luna says that Ravenclaws think that Hagrid is a joke. There we go. No, I'm glad you said that, Maria, because I'm wondering if that technically means that Luna thinks it. Because Hagrid said people think that Hufflepuffs are all duffers, and when I took exception to that, people were saying, "Hey, Veggie, he didn't actually say it." So this could be the same with Luna as well. It's so rare for me. So rare we get perspectives from non-Gryffindor students. Since Ravenclaw is all about knowledge and learning, I wonder if they find that the lessons are not challenging enough. That is a great point. I didn't take that into consideration. I think you're absolutely right. Spending months on blast-ended scroots must be pretty boring. Well, the later lessons weren't boring, but I completely agree. I know exactly what you mean, though. They're the opposite, weren't they? Why are two different teachers asking students to read in class in these chapters? Why are two different teachers asking for students to read the class? Surely, to make more sense, to ask the students to do the reading before or after class. I completely agree, Maria, but it absolutely happens, though. Because, I mean, like because of my dyslexia, I was always terrible in those classes. Very often, I'd get detention for not being able to finish it in time because my brain can't cope with it. That's fun. That's reassuring for life. And that's why it is kind of a shame that I was diagnosed so late. But in a weird way, it kind of like, it pardons all that, you know? But yeah, we definitely had lessons when I was at school where you just read. But you'd think less at Hogwarts, though, wouldn't you? And also, I'm guessing you're talking about Snape. Well, that's reading off the board, though. Yeah, I'm not sure who the other teacher was. Binns, maybe? I'm not sure. Anyway, come on, let's move on. This might be a subtle way of showing that Trelawney and Umbridge are not good teachers. Oh, Trelawney does it. Okay, I missed that. I apologise. Class time should be... oh, yeah, that's right, because it's like they only have like 10 minutes at the end of the lesson to actually do the task. Yeah, you're right. You're completely right. Class time should be used for a discussion of the reading, a lecture, or some other activity. And I'm wondering if this is what what Umbridge's lessons are all going to be like. We shall see. Also, I love Professor McGonagall have a biscuit. I like how so many comments are ending like that. But yeah, I completely agree. It's CJ. G'day, Veggie. Hope you are having a lovely week. Thank you. I hope you are as well. I just want to clarify. The fandom refers to Ginny, Neville, and Luna as the Silver Trio. Thank you. Good to know. Thank you. We discussed that last time, didn't we? Ginny, Neville, and Luna. feel like there's someone else, but I can't think who it would be. No. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense then. We get the impression that Ginny is very popular. She does sit down with her own friends, doesn't she? I love Bravati and Lavender ripping into Umbridge. So teenage girl loves them, absolutely. Oi, you lot, midgets. I love Ron so much. He's my second favourite character in the entire series, behind Luna. Oh, excellent, fantastic. I bet this is a popular book with you then. I love that Ron took control of his leadership position in Harry's fight with Seamus. He really is going to look out for his friends, and Neville has gotten really brave recently. He also stood up for Harry. Yeah, that was a big moment, and particularly the fact that Harry felt the gratitude is awesome. I really hope their relationship improves, guys. I really do. Chapter 12. I love Hermione putting Harry in his place with the bad attitude. I get where he's coming from, but H&R, which is how I do my notes, although I do ampersand. Oh no, I do HR for Hermione, don't I? Yes, really are on his side. Oh, absolutely. And the thing is, I feel like he knows that, and he knows that they always will be, and so that's kind of why he does let his guard down and allows him to do it. Maybe, possibly. However, I also appreciate Harry telling them to stop bickering. That would drive me mad too. Yeah, well, the fact is, they are always bickering, isn't it? It's just what they do naturally. Not Umbridge having a go at Lupin. Oh, absolutely. She doesn't have the right. No one has the right to question Lupin. I'm sure everyone will bring up the biscuit moment from McGonagall, but it's considered one of the best moments in the series by the fandom. It is such a lovely way of ending that chapter. Hopefully we get to see it on screen. I'm sure we will. Hope you're enjoying your summer. Love from Australia. Thank you so much, CJ. That's very, very kind of you. I hope you're having a good time as well. Kate. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Not to stir up Snape drama again, but he honestly comes off worse than Umbridge here. He's blatantly unfair to Harry, whilst he sticks to the rules and uses them to control everyone. Well, she sticks to the rules. Sorry, yes, okay. That's what makes her so awful. She knows exactly how far she can go without breaking the rules. Yeah, that is a great way of describing it. And again, that feels like a very political thing. Yeah, I really like. That's a great summarization of her character. The fact that she knows how far she can take things. Have a biscuit pot, and McGonagall is such an icon. Ron is hilariously oblivious to his interactions with Nick and Cho. So true. He's just 15 years old and zero emotional awareness, bless him. Yeah. I mean, I don't like anyone bad-mouthing the ghost, because I do feel like there should be a level of respect for him. But with the Cho thing, it just felt like a normal 15-year-old talking to me. It really did. Not that it was ideal for obviously Cho or Harry or Hermione. Harry's anger makes way more sense in the book than the movie. It feels like a natural response to trauma and teenage angst, not just Voldemort in your head making you angry. Oh, yeah, yeah, that's God. I don't know if that's going to pay off eventually, guys. If it does, that's fine. I kind of hope it doesn't. I hope that the whole Voldemort making manga thing is a movie exclusive. If it is, I can kind of see why they do it, because Harry is being a bit of a nasty person in this one. With good reason, of course. But that might be hard to translate on screen, though. And so, yeah, we shall see. But, yeah, it's very interesting that you put it like that. He's not a perfect hero, just a very real teen with raw emotions. I really respect Hermione for calmly calling Harry out, even if she continues bickering with Ron like the 15-year-old she is. Oh, there's that as well, yeah. Like the way you've called them all out for being 15 here. This all is good to remember. They're just kids, and judging them like adults isn't fair. Absolutely. And I can see why they'd make the movie changes just to make that, you know, completely apparent. But they're just acting like normal teenagers to me. You know, they really are. Okay, great comment. Thank you so much for making it. Jolt. What's up, Veggie and Woozle? Chapter 11. Clearly, Hagrid hasn't impressed the fourth year Ravenclaws much. Do you agree that Luna and her housemates' assessment of Hagrid's instruction as an instructor? Yes. Just do, Jolt. Sure, the gold digging with the Nifflers lesson was inspired, but my goodness, I do agree. I do agree with. I don't think he's a joke, but then again, Luna didn't actually specifically say, I think Hagrid is a joke. I don't think she did. And so, yeah. You seemed surprised by his absence in the last chapter. I assume you've watched the movie scenes back this time, and we reminded that he wasn't there at the start of the movie either. Yeah, absolutely, Jolt. So I'm purposely doing this, Jolt. So when I make my notes, I don't want to know exactly what happened in the movie. So then, literally, as I sit down to record my intro to these book reviews, I'm just before then watching the movie reaction. No, not movie reaction, sorry. Watching the movie scenes, which actually took longer than usual this time, guys, because often it's like 30 seconds that I had to do, but this time it was a couple of actual scenes. And so, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I had forgotten that Hagrid was absent. I don't remember when he comes back either, which is interesting. Chapter 12, Harry Biscuit Potter. I know McGonagall and Hermione are very different characters in the book, but they seem similar to their movie versions in these chapters. I can easily picture Maggie Smith portraying McGonagall's eyebrow aerobics. That's a great sentence. As well as her other facial expressions. I see Maggie Smith doing that scene. I just do, guys. I really do. And I often don't see McGonagall as being Maggie Smith, and so that's actually bizarre when you think about it. Hermione's progressively more combative nature with Ron, Lavender, Harry and Umbridge feels like it's more in line with the movie Hermione than early book Hermione. I like that a lot, and I agree, Jolt. That is a great spot. Perhaps an unpopular opinion. I think Harry is particularly justified in calling out Ron and Hermione bickering, even though he is made to feel guilty later. He's right, they are always bickering. I feel like he's calling it out at this point because of all the other emotions that are going on in his head. So yeah, he's not wrong. He's absolutely not wrong. And yeah, and they clearly just don't think about what Harry's having to listen to as they are doing it. It'll be interesting to see if they follow up on it, if they will actually curb their enthusiasm for arguing. We shall see. I'm very intrigued to see that. In fact, okay, let's do. Sorry guys, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm just, I think we're around halfway through the book. I need to be pacing my brakes, but I also want to be doing these in chunks. That's another thing. Another thing I could do is keep start and stopping, but I think that would extend to the export time. And also I want to get through it as well, you know, because if I keep on stopping and having loads of breaks, the book club will take a day on its own, you know. Anyway, Jolt, thank you so much for your comment. Gugu, I hope I can call you that because that's the start of your name, and I'm pretty sure that's what you've said to call you in the past. If it isn't, I apologise. Hand Veggie. I'm guessing you meant hi, but that's amazing. These chapters were long, so I'll keep this short. I appreciate it. Luna is a fair bit more unfiltered in the book. That's true. Harry is not having the best time of getting to talk with Cho, even though she's trying. Ron and Hermione are always arguing like a married couple. That's a perfect description. Who's going to take over from Oliver Wood? Oh, from a keeper standpoint, remember, Ron's tryouts are in the 6th movie. I was thinking that. Because I was thinking, where's the Flash guy who's after Hermione and everything? I was thinking that. That's so interesting. Well, I know one person who could be. That would be interesting. Okay, I think I know who it's going to be. I'm not going to say, but I feel like I know who it's going to be. It's quite obvious who I think it's going to be. But that's so true. I was wondering about the Ron thing. I really was. And which book that was in. Because I'll be honest, guys, Harper print, I get completely confused with what's in and what isn't in it. I really do. So there we go. One thing you mentioned after hearing your reaction to the Molly Boggett scene from the last book was that JKR made a point of making it known before this book was released that she was going to kill off an established character. That scene was the first fake out and was more jarring with that context. That's fascinating, Gugu. That's absolutely fascinating. Now, I did not know that. And knowing that, oh my goodness, could you imagine the book starting off with Ron dying? That does change things. Me not knowing the scene at all, I did instantly think it was the Boggett. Like straight, like, there wasn't a moment where I thought anything else was going on. With that context, maybe that would have changed a bit. That's absolutely fascinating. Just a suggestion, and yeah, I'm going to be looking out for other ones as well. Just a suggestion for something to keep in mind in case there are any other fake outs coming. Gugu, thank you so much. That is a great point. I'm sorry I'm calling Gugu, but I know you said to use a shortened version of your name, so I hope that one's okay. Gaffnob. Greetings! Chapter 11. You would think that the hat could make a better song. It's not doing like a Bohemian Rhapsody or something. It has all year to work on it. That's actually true. It has very little responsibility, does it? Or maybe it does admin behind the scenes. You never know. That one did not flow very well at all. I love the criticism of the song. Well, Ron needs to eat a lot to maintain his feet. That's actually very true. That's very true, guys. And if you didn't work out the subtle reference I was trying to make earlier on, that's what I was referring to. When it came to homework, ignore me. Chapter 12. How does a male owl know to go get letters from you? When would Hagrid be bringing a letter from Black? Why would Hagrid? Hedwig! Jeez, Hagrid, I'm an idiot. Imagine that, guys, him flying in. Why would Hedwig be bringing a letter from Black? Black would be using his owl, or at least one he borrowed. Yeah, the whole calling an owl thing is very interesting. But again, magic, you can say there's a particular charm for it or something. But yeah. And also Harry wasn't expecting a letter anyway, it's the first day. The twins are using their time quite responsibly. Yeah, responsible is an interesting word there, but yes, I see what you mean though. Why did Hermione lead Ron away when Cho showed up if she knew what Cho and Harry wanted? That is a very good point, but I'm going to say that because she's a 15-year-old girl, she probably wanted to hear what they had to say. Not trying to stereotype, but seriously. Yeah, because she must have picked up on that. Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question, Gaffnob. I hate that attitude about students. It should not be about getting through the test. Oh God, I agree with you. That is how you get students to cram to pass the test, and then promptly forget it all. So true. School should be about learning the material, meaning you then know it, and at least you know it until it fades with lack of use. Okay, rant done. I completely, as a dyslexic Captain, I could not agree with you more. You're absolutely spot on the money there. Thank you so much for making your comment. Nancy Bobs. Hi all. Umbridge is not pretty in pink. Who sang that? Isn't she pretty in pink? Okay, for some reason my brain's going to Joy Division, but it definitely isn't. Who sang Pretty in Pink? There's a movie called it? No, the song. The song! Sorry, I'm trying. Song I don't... Pretty in Pink song. A song by Psychedelic... By the Psychedelic Furs. I've never... Okay, that's a new one on me. Doesn't sound very vegan, does it? Actually, the less said about Umbridge, I'm going to pronounce that, the better, lol. I love how you guys try to make me swear recently. Is this the last one of you book clubs you've been throwing in bones and all sorts of things? Ron tried to ask... I should have said that thing about Barty Crouch Senior, guys. That made me sad. That is that is, ironically, probably the most bone-chilling moment from the entire series so far. The description of what happened to Senior. Oh, God, it's horrible. Ron tried to ask a question with a mouthful of food. I know. At least he, in the film, it was empty when he asked. Oh, he did ask it? I don't even remember that. Did he ask it? Nick isn't in that scene. Oh, maybe I'm thinking of something else. Unless it happens later on. Okay, I'm very confused. Ignore me. Filch is keeping count of how many times he's had to remind people not to break the skull. Yeah, I know. Oh, 462 you got. I got 467. Okay, well, you're probably right, because I don't know if you're actually reading from the book or everything, but yeah. Okay, I will presume that you're right there. Hem. Blah, 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 blah. Load of old waffle. Amazing. Ron, that was about the dullest speech I've ever heard, and I grew up with Percy. I know the sass. Oi, midgets over here. Never will be we finally able to remember the password. So true. Kids huddling together in case Harry might attack stragglers. Yeah, that's what the Ravenclaws were doing, wasn't it? Or was it the first years? I think it's the Ravenclaws. Snape uses the Vanesco spell to banish Harry's cauldron mess. The last time Snape used that spell was to banish the snake from Chamber of Secrets. There we go. Bill used it to on the Vanishing Scrolls. I thought that was the case. I wasn't 100% sure. I can't remember the name of spells, guys. I just can't. It's like when we're playing Hogwarts Legacy and someone would say, hey, Veggie, why don't you use the Blam Blam spell? And I have no idea what it is. Seriously, so I do struggle. Does that mean it's forever vanish or put away for future use? I think put away for future use. Oh, that'd be strange with the snake. Well, not really. Unless the snake was summoned. No, anyway. Or are they're different to levels of vanish with the spell? Yeah, that's actually true. Sorry, Leslie Bobs. It could be that that the intent of the spell changes it, if you know what I mean. And so, yeah, it could be both. Maybe the snake was Snape's own, and he told Draco how to summon it. That's so true. Can't imagine Snape having a pet. I think the thing is, he's a potions guy, and so he's going to see things from a very clinical side point. So maybe he wouldn't want pets. That's very interesting. Have a biscuit, Potter. Nessie Bob's great comment as always. Thank you so much for making it. I think I might have another quick break right now. We'll do Josh's comment. Josh, every time I read this book, I remember Have a Biscuit, Potter, and it makes me laugh because it is not the first thing that you'd expect to hear from McGonagall, giving why Harry is there. It's so true, so true. Sorry, I feel like the reason why I'm feeling a bit spaced out and the fact that I'm yawning so much is that I'm not breathing enough. I'm not getting the oxygen into my brain. That's got to be it. I'll have another proper break in a second. She really is a much more harder to predict character in the books, and it is this one where you really start to see a large difference between the books and the movies. Not because of the actor. Maggie Smith was fabulous. Oh, perfect. Absolutely. You could have cast it better. But in character writing, I completely agree, Josh. It's probably the most we've ever learned about her, and yet it is such a short scene. Such a short scene. Great comment, Josh. Greatly made. Pumpkin Sparks, thank you so much for the help with the book covers, as I discussed at the start of this video, guys. I will get to your comment in just a moment. Okay, so we're making great progress, guys. We've got 14 comments to go, although some of those comments are quite chunky. But yeah, we're making good progress with this. So, Pumpkin Sparks, hey Woozle's human, amazing, fantastic. Unpopular opinion, but I kind of agree with the Ministry's assessment of Hogwarts teachers. Now, before I elaborate, I do not agree with what they are doing. I think I see where you're coming from here, Pumpkin Sparks. Let's see. But the magic world does not seem to care for anyone to learn about education before becoming a teacher, which is worrying. And Dumbledore does not seem to hire according to expertise or ability of teaching. No, absolutely he doesn't. No, I completely agree, yes. The only solid professors are those who we know were at Hogwarts before Dumbledore got hired. Now that's very interesting. Except for the decision to keep Binns. Or the ones we don't know who were hired then. That is very intriguing. Who was and wasn't hired before Dumbledore took power? Not took power, sorry, but took his seat. Everyone we were explicitly told were hired by Dumbledore. Yikes! With the exception of Lupin. Well, that's yeah, absolutely. But then even Lupin had like a dark secret, didn't he? Hagrid, we love him, and he has a vast knowledge of magical creatures, but his teaching methods are questionable at best. I completely agree. I think most people agree with that as well. It's difficult, guys, because we have such affection for Hagrid. Snape, again, vast knowledge, but A, teaches a subject he does not want to teach. I wonder why. And B, uses his power to discriminate, bully, and worse Lockhart. Oh, no, and worse, sorry. Lockhart, hired to be exposed for fraud. That's fair. Was that actually why he was hired? Maybe. I could go on about all of them. Yeah, it's true, each of them. I guess you could say Moody, but then again, Moody was known as Mad Eye, wasn't he? So, I had my own theory on why he made those decisions, which honestly does not leave Dumbledore standing under a positive light. But that would be a long comment and would particularly go into Book 8 territory. Oh, very interesting. Okay, well, looking forward to that. Why do you think he hiring seems so willy-nilly, or do you see nothing wrong? Oh, I absolutely see something wrong with it, but I presume it is to do certain reasons. I've never thought about Lockhart being hired to be exposed, but that would explain that one away. So I do feel like he's playing a political game largely, but he's playing it with his students' education, though, isn't he? So yeah, I'm with you. It's definitely not ideal, is it? Pumpkin Sparks, thank you so much for your help, and thank you so much for your comment. H. Hi, Veggie. It's hot today. I really hope you take some breaks and that you add some liquids during the book club. Thank you very much. Right here. And it's not particularly hot now, in fact. But thank you so much for asking it. I really love that there's a bit of a revolt regarding already in the first lesson of Umbridge, and it can't be stated often enough how awful she is. Yeah, I'm going to say it really did take me back to that first Snape Defense Against the Dark Arts lesson, where there really was also another rebellion, but he was able to just like completely squash it, you know? Very interesting. Some other things I liked in these chapters. Luna and Ron, she simply watched him for a while as though he were a mildly interesting television program. Yes, that's another note which I didn't make. Dumbledore throwing his beard over his shoulder to keep it from out of the way of his plate. Oh, I didn't even pick up on that. That's amazing. I really like that. The fat lady having Mumbletonia as the password. I wonder what led to that. Did Neville suggest it to her? Oh, that's interesting. I would have thought that Dumbledore decides on the passwords. I've never thought about that, but maybe she said, maybe it was her idea. Unlikely, but maybe she did say, okay, let's pick something that you're going to remember. Maybe. That Ron, because they must have had many a conversation before. That Ron's first proper act as a prefect is to defend Harry in Seamus confrontation. Absolutely. Hermione making Harry say sorry. Greatly. That felt good because Hermione does not get the credit she deserves in this group. She just doesn't. The whole conversation with McGonagall, or the acknowledgement, I should say. The whole conversation with McGonagall, absolutely. Ron not understanding why he did. How he did anything wrong with the Cho conversation? Of course not. Yeah, and honestly, I don't blame him. No, I really don't. It's a shame, but I don't blame him. I'm a biscuit spoilers. I like it. Great comment, H. Thank you very much for looking out with me regarding the heat. Oh my goodness. Oh, Snow Speeders, it's a chunky one. Hi, Veggie. Apologies for missing the last last few book clubs. I have been very busy in real life. Not at all obvious hint to my profile in my profile picture. Oh my goodness, it's a train, isn't it? Oh my goodness, right? I could be wrong. It's very small on my screen. I'll look later. And have unfortunately missed some important moments. Anyway, here are my notes for these two chapters. I'm going to take a quick swig. Chapter 11. I personally think Harry was quite out of line for shouting match with Seamus. I understand Seamus wasn't necessarily in the right, and not exactly like he said some nice things either, but I can understand Seamus's viewpoint, absolutely. I'm sure he doesn't want to fall out with Harry. Well, he could have just completely ignored Harry. But at the same time, he doesn't want to argue against his mother. I'm sure he had proof he would have happily explained, but he doesn't. He only goes off the prophet, and that is the key point. He is clearly open and willing to at least correct his mother, as he actually asks Harry about what happened, which means so much more than what everyone else is doing by whispering and mumbling about him. Absolutely great comparison there. I think that shows that he has at least the presence of mind and wants to know the truth, but he's not completely brainwashed by the prophet. Yeah, it's so much more interesting in book than in the movie. Chapter 12. Our first proper encounter with Umbridge. She is written superbly. We didn't even spend a whole chapter in her class, and already I absolutely hated her. She is like that one teacher you always dread having at school. She knows exactly how to speak and act to wind up the class. Like Fudge, she is so cunning and intelligent. She knows that students, particularly these students, Harry and co, are quite volatile, and that she only needs to poke and agitate a little to get a rise out of them. Just the reaction she needs to get Fudge to take action. No, that's interesting. Now that could be another thing that she's doing. Yeah, because I've got to say I'm finding it hard to read exactly what her intentions are with the way that she's teaching. Harry's choice to stay put and silent, or to stand up and challenge, not that he would have chosen the former, is an amazing example of lesser of two evils. The duel of words and will between Harry and her is incredible, in my opinion. You want Harry to stand up for himself, to speak the truth, but at the same time you don't. You get the idea that is exactly what Umbridge wants, and Harry only making the situation worse and more the more he defends himself. This is a culmination of Fudge's plan to finally wedge Harry, and by extension Dumbledore, between a rock and a hard place. He can't back down and stay silent. But neither can he stand up and fight without facing serious consequences. These two chapters are incredible. They do a lot of groundwork right off the bat, so as soon as they get back to Hogwarts, setting the stage for what will come next. As always, looking forward to the next chapters. Oh, absolutely! Thank you so much, Snowspeeders. I really appreciate it. You made some great points and some great comparisons and everything. If you could attempt to shorten your comments down, it'd be greatly appreciated, because this is a long comment. But you made some excellent points, and I'm glad to see you back after your absence of the last few book clubs. Love to see you. Howard, I did like that, didn't I? Yes. Howard, Harry is such a hypocrite. I really can't put up with him anymore. He is even listening to himself? I'll have to go at anyone who calls me a liar. Harry, you called an innocent man a murderer repeatedly without any evidence whatsoever, and he never apologized to him, even when you learned how wrong you were. Yeah, I mean, we know that Harry is very, very agitated and, biting at Seamus and everything, and so yeah, he definitely shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. You're the last person who can criticize others for spreading believing false accusations. Spreading, I don't know if that's so true. I don't think he's like a gossiper, like he's trying to actually make everyone turn against him. He tends to say these things amongst his group, doesn't he? Which is pretty small. You see, this is why I don't like Harry very much. It's so interesting. Yeah, it's interesting that you really love this series, but obviously the series is following a character which you essentially hate, which is a take. Or to be fair, you say you don't like him very much. I shouldn't say hate. He has no accountability, no self-reflection at all. I feel like he does have some accountability, but not regarding the topics that you mention here. This scene was such a perfect opportunity to show us some self-scrutiny on Harry's part, some character development by J.K.R. completely completely missed it. Just bear with me. What if the scene continued like this? Harry is furious with Seamus, but... Harry is furious with Seamus. How can anyone be so stupid to believe the ungrounded accusations he thinks to himself angrily? And how do people even have the nerve to spread such horrible accusations in the first place? Wait a minute, didn't I do the exact same thing in the past? Spreading is interesting. He's definitely told Hermione and Ron and everything, but I don't know if that would count is really spreading, you know. And also, they have had back and forth discussions about it. And didn't my friend set an innocent man on fire because she believed the false accusations I had been spreading? So how exactly am I better than Seamus? Well, to be fair, he's a 15-year-old kid, and so he is, like, you know, all over the place with these sort of things. Oh God, how if you could shorten your comments down a bit, please. Harry, having first-hand experience with being wrongly accused, should have led to him seeing his past behaviour in a different light. Regrettably, such a self-reflection on Harry's part never comes. Well, that's kind of a spoiler. He is so self-righteous. He never ever considers apologising serious for falsely accusing him. I mean, we are talking about stuff that happened in the first book now, and it is largely what your comment is about. You could have referred to it briefly, but it is largely about setting Snape's robes on fire and stuff. He never considers to apologise Sirius, which you already said, for falsely accusing him. Geez, I wonder why Sirius doesn't like him. But heaven for... Do you think that's why Sirius doesn't like him? Because he hasn't apologised to him? But heaven forbid other people should do the same thing. It just reminds me of the Justice Field and Red Dwarf. Oh, interesting. Harry likes to throw ungrounded accusations around. Other people throw ungrounded accusations at Harry. When will Harry finally learn his lesson? Yeah, I mean, the thing is, Harry, you make some great points here, but you did repeat it quite a lot. And it could have been a lot shorter if you hadn't. You know, the fact that Harry doesn't apologise, I think you said 3 times. And I really like having your take on it, guys. Because it's very often very different from other people's. But if you could shorten it down, because it did feel like I was just reading the same thing, and also reading about stuff that happened 5 books ago. But great comment though. And like I say, if you could shorten it down, it would be appreciated. I see that you broke it into points as well, but the repetitiveness doesn't help though. But however, like I say, I always appreciate your comments because they're often from a different viewpoint. I'm sorry for saying that you hate Harry, because you don't actually say that. You say that you don't like Harry very much. Thank you so much for your comment, Hal. Dustin. Hey, Veggie. I'm getting to this pretty late because I've been busy with the birth of my 3rd and final child file. Got the old got the old snip just for sure. I hope that went as smoothly as possible, and also the 3rd child as well. But congratulations, Dustin. You got your own golden trio now. I don't have much to say about these chapters, but listening to it again, this is this time around. I think I've realised this book might be the reason why I say fat chance so much. Regarding Gryffindor and Slytherin being friends. That's great. Fat chance. I never say fat chance. That's amazing. It feels like the sort of thing that people say on TV shows or in books, but not in real life. I don't know, actually. I think people probably do use fat chance. I feel like it's probably like a ruder version of it. That is used. I'm pretty excited for the upcoming Quidditch season, even though I know you're not a fan of it. Well, we'll see, Dustin. You got to my Azkaban opinions of Quidditch were heavily being influenced by my RL situation, which was not great, and so my book reviews in general were quite miserable back then. So I'm so sorry about that, guys. And I really like Harry now. I like him much more than I did at the start of the previous book, you know? And so, we shall see. We shall see. I mean, if it is just somehow Harry wins it over and over and over again, then I am going to be calling it out, because I think that's boring writing, quite frankly, you know? You know, even Rocky movies, you know, you think about your most iconic sports series and everything. You know, Rocky doesn't win every fight, guys. If he did, it'd be incredibly redundant. And so, yeah, if that's the case, I'm going to call it out. But I always find the descriptions of the Quidditch matches exciting. And so, yeah, I'm looking forward to getting back to it. It's been a little while, hasn't it? Not a fan. And you can say what you want about Snape as a teacher, but you had to admit that it's pretty impressive that he can just look at Harry's potion and know exactly what's wrong with it. Well, I think that's true. Oh, you know what, Dustin? What I was about to say was gonna be incorrect. I was gonna say, all the smoke and everything, but the fact that he said line 3 specifically to Harry, that's actually a great point. That is actually a very great point. Thank you so much for your comment, Dustin. However, sorry about my little waffle about your comments there, but if you could make them shorter and make them more about what we're talking about, you can say about previous things, but say it once. You know what I mean? Anyway, thank you so much for your comment, as always. And Dustin, thank you so much for your comment as well. We're getting through it, guys. I think we might be into the final 10. Like I say, there are still chunky ones to go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 9 more comments to go. Okay, here we go. Rika, I'm so sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Hi, Veggie and Woozle. Being from Hungary, where the government really tries to interfere in the education with limiting books we can teach, prescribing topics to teachers they are not allowed to talk about, etc. Umbridge speech is now even more infuriating to me than when I was a child. Very interesting, Rika. I don't mean to cast any aspersions, but I have heard that the government in Hungary can be fairly corrupt as well. If I'm wrong, I mean that I heard that a long time ago. So if I'm wrong, please correct me. But I have heard that, and obviously it's all down to opinion, isn't it? But I have heard that from other Hungarians in the past. Seamus is, and it's so interesting that Umbridge would be a trigger point for that. It makes sense. Seamus's behaviour shows how propaganda and lies can ruin friendships and turn people against each other. That's so interesting that you say Seamus. I mean, yeah, the thing is, yeah, I found the Seamus scene so interesting compared to the movie scene, which I've never really liked. I found the book version so much more interesting. I really appreciate Neville for sticking up for Harry. Absolutely. I agree with Hermione that the boys would deserve to fail History of Magic. Well, but I would also say that Binns is not a great teacher as well, though. But yeah, as I am a history teacher myself, I am probably biased, but I would love to learn that subject. Though I know the way the teacher presents the material can be a big influence. Absolutely. Well, even Harry in this chapter does think to himself that this whole giant war thing would probably be really interesting if it was taught by someone else. And so yeah, it's that's so interesting. But yeah, Harry and Ron, they probably could try a bit harder as well. Let's face it. I love Snape as a character, but humiliating a student for doing something incorrect is never okay in my opinion. And him clearly treating Harry worse than others is just unfair. I think that is an absolutely fair point. So interesting to hear this from a teacher's perspective. It really is. Umbridge's class is ridiculous. Ridiculous, I should say, not ridiculous. Not only are they not learning practical spells in class, they will be expected to do them in the exam. Yeah, that bit was shocking. How can students be expected to do something in a stressful situation that they never even gotten to practice in class? But she is correct about the difficulties of having multiple teachers with different styles. That's actually very true. My brother's told me about that, in fact. And often not appropriate for their job. Not correct about Remus, though. Oh, absolutely. That was just a nasty comment, wasn't it, what she said. I also started teaching after students had a difficult history teacher every year and had to prepare the final years for exams. And it was not an easy task. I bet it wasn't, my goodness. But that's exactly why a good teacher would prefer to do their best to help the students prepare for an exam and for life. With practical knowledge they can use, not just only theory. And also just getting the brains going with the activities and everything. I completely agree. Have a biscuit, Veggie. Thank you very much, Rika. That was a fascinating comment. Thank you so much. It's always interesting to hear it from a teacher's perspective. It really, really is. Darby. Hi, Veggie. Harry being sick of Hermione and Ron's bickering is so relatable. I've been in that situation way too often already, and it really drives you insane. I usually agree with Hermione, but I think it's unfair to blame Harry for taking out his temper when he snaps and tells them to stop it. In this specific case, in general, Harry certainly has anger issues. In this case, in particular, okay, I'm going to go back and check. I'm going to re-listen to that scene in particular, because I did put it down to the fact that Harry was just angry about other things. But you're probably right. It probably was this specific instance that made him overboil, though. I love the fact that Hermione calls him out on it, though. My dreams are pretty wild, so it would be very funny to try and interpret them. One of my most recent dreams involved the Pope teaching me magic to fight pirates. Wow, that's crazy. What could that possibly mean? Something about religion and degeneracy, maybe? That's fascinating, Dobby. It really is. I can't really remember much of it, but I know that my dream last night was worked much like a sort of video game, RPG sort of thing, as much of my dreams do, because I'll see all the games that I played in the past. It was a good one though. It was a good dream. It went into the. I think I've talked about it recently, where a lot of my dreams. At least I've tweeted about it. A lot of my dreams are about going back into my previous job's office and just pretending that I've been working here the whole time, but also like not doing any work and everything, just to get the money and everything. And everyone and people from all sorts of jobs that I've had are all there as well. That's like a really recurring one. And then I wake up and think, oh, I don't actually work there. I don't work there anymore, which is always a nice feeling. But yeah, I have no idea about your dream. No, that's wild. Dutch fun fact of the month. Oh, excellent. Looking forward to this. Dumbledore is translated to, oh my goodness, peccamentus. Peccamentus in Dutch. I love that. Peccamentus. Peccament means parchment, and in my opinion, it puts Dumbledore's old age, since parchment is also pretty old. Yeah. I like that, Peccamentus. I really like that. It's a great name. See you next time. Dobby, thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, they're getting shorter. Liz. Hi, Veggie and Weasel. Sorry to mention the length of the comments, guys, but I do have to. And this I'm not referring to this one, but some of them when it's stretching the entire screen is it's interesting. It's been a while. Oh, nice to see you back, Liz. It's been a while. I keep missing the book club, but I hope I'm in time this time. Haha. Oh, absolutely. The way to know, Liz, is if I have added a like to your comment. And so if I am live, if I'm recording when you check the blog, even then you can see how far I've actually gone. So you can actually watch how complete the book review is by how many of the comments I've liked. So that's one quick way of doing it. And if there aren't any likes on there and you still haven't made your comment, you still have time. Chapter 11. The Sorting Hat is clearly talking about Voldy. Seamus is kind of annoying here, but not everyone is Neville's gran. Not everyone is Neville's gran, it's great time. Who is clearly very intelligent and wise. I love that Neville. I mean, that's the Daily Prophet is putting this stuff out because it works. Let's face it. I love that Neville is very much on Harry's side, like his gran and Dean is sort of in the middle. Absolutely. And will Ron stop insulting Nick? I know he finally It's the disrespect. It's odd. We finally meet Toadface properly. She still can't believe she dared to interrupt Dumbledore. I know the sass of it, outrageous. But it's that power play though, isn't it? I like the fact that Dumbledore just allows it to happen in the book. Completely, you know. He had very little shock, is what I'm saying. Did you think Ron would back Hermione up with regards to Fred and George's antics? No. How can he, you know? I had a feeling he wouldn't, with them being his elder brothers. Like, he's not used to telling them off, or quite. And they'd just laugh at him if he did. Ron's not finished insulting people, is he? Poor Cho, she's still grieving and probably having to put on a brave face around other people. You know what, Liz? I completely agree, and that is something which I did not think about. I'll add that Ron is treating her like a normal person, which she probably also really needs, you know? So that's very interesting. I did not think about your point, though. I think it's a bit unfair that after Harry states his feelings about Ron and Hermione bickering, they just assume he's taking his temper out on them. Hermione did, specifically. That's very interesting, Liz. I think you might be right, actually. If I had two best friends who kept bickering all the time, I would snap at them occasionally. It must be quite annoying, and how frequent it is. It really is very frequent. The Mexican Stuttgart is pretty much the same as the film. Yeah, it's true. It's some subtle differences. Have a biscuit, Potter. Amazing. I look forward to your views and on these chapters. Take care, Veggie and Woozle. Thank you so much, Liz. Thank you. You take care as well. Thank you so much. Simon. Item. Elvis lives on my paper route. Item. Bigfoot eats out of the trash. I absolutely no clue. There was that comedy which was like loads of celebrities, like loads of musicians. Or I'm not sure if it was celeb. No, it was celebrities, musicians and celebrities living on a street together. I never watched it, but it had the guy from the guy from who I know from being the other DJ on Alan Partridge, but he's also, I think he's one of the voices of the Gorillaz as well. I can't remember what that's called, but that's what I'm going to guess that's from, because honestly, I have no idea. Although, yeah, I have no idea. Bigfoot. It could be an older sitcom as well. I have no idea, Simon. You got me. In fact, I'll look it up. Since you mentioned... Oh, okay, can I... yeah. Since you mentioned without my pants a few book clubs ago, I thought I'd see what else you would watch with this quote. But at least you know where babies come from, thanks to Round the Twist. Oh, absolutely. Okay, so I'm going to look this up right now. So it was... it's interesting that it's saying item. So it could be another kids show, though. It's paper route as well, rather than paper round, which is interesting. Erie, Indiana. I've heard of that. Was that the show that my brother really liked? Is it? No, I don't think it is. I've never seen it. I know the name of it. I've heard of it, but no, I've never seen a single one. So nice work with the quote there, Simon. But yeah, that's a new one on me. So according to the Sorting Hat, Hufflepuff are the equivalent of when kids pick teams. They're on. Sorry. So according to the Sorting Hat, Hufflepuff are the equivalent of when kids pick teams. They're the ones who no one else wants. Well, that was me during sports. Bloody glad I'm in Slytherin, as I had enough of that when I was at school. Well, there you go. Yeah. That is the Hat's interpretation. Even though the quote that he equates to Hufflepuff is actually just saying that that they'll teach all of them. Not a lot going on, even though there are quite big chapters. Just a lot of little bits of scenes setting for the future. That's actually very true. That's actually true, because this book review is actually looking to be a little shorter than normal, in fact, weirdly, despite the research took so long. So yeah, that's bizarre. Also, the group dynamic is changing a bit now. Ron and Hermione have duties. That's so interesting. I'll keep an eye on that as well. Simon, thank you so much for your comments and also your quotes as well. Keep them coming. Always appreciate them. And thank you so much for your comment. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The final 5 comments. I'm going to take a very short break and then we'll push through. Natasha. Hi, Veggie. Phew, I made it. I was so caught up with work, I nearly missed this one. It was nice to see you. I noticed something funny while rereading Umbridge's speech at the welcome feast. When I was a kid, I read it just like Harry and Ron heard. I didn't understand a single thing she was actually saying. I gotta admit, Natasha, I didn't really understand it. And to be fair, it's my first time hearing it. Or second, if you count the movie as well. Which I think this speech was pretty accurate to the book, wasn't it? I didn't understand a single thing she was actually saying. But now, as an adult, I read it like Hermione and the teachers did. I can really see what she means. All the hidden messages and the quiet threat behind her words. Who do you think? Yeah, yeah. I'm gonna have to go back and listen because I don't still. But you know, that's because I'm an idiot. But yeah, progress for progress' sake. That's a bit which they keep on repeating, isn't it? Who do you think Umbridge is really speaking to? The students or the grown-ups? Oh, that's so interesting. I didn't think about it, but it really is to the teacher, to the professors, isn't it? Yeah, kind of. I did not take that into consideration. Also, here's a fun fact: I run my own makeup school, and we get a different and a bit crazy client. I tell my team to imagine themselves as a low-key Umbridge. My goodness. Not the sadistic version, of course, just someone who smiles sweetly to excessively polite, but also keeps firm borders and explains the school's rules very clearly. So it's infuriating, but it works. I could see that working. Yeah, it's all like no nonsense, or like, but also in like a very friendly way. Oh, that's so interesting. Otherwise, you risk snapping and saying something you'll regret in the heat of the moment. Well, that's actually very true as well. You need to look out for yourselves in that situation. Yeah, that's so interesting. I hope the makeup school is going well. Oh, and that dorm scene, yes, it's in the film, but it feels so flat and dull. It really does. I don't like it. It's rare that I say I don't like a scene, guys, but I don't like that scene. In the book, Ron fiercely defends Harry. Neville shows real character. He has his own thoughts and stands out from the ground. Yeah, and he adds information. You know, the whole like cancelling the Daily Prophet and stuff. Absolutely. He has his own thoughts and stands out from the ground. Stands his ground. Sorry, I misread. He's not just mumbling from the corner. The whole moment has weight and emotion. It feels important, even epic. You know what it also shows, Natasha, is that these guys are always sleeping in the same room. They hang out all the time and everything. Whereas the movie version is like saying, oh, this is what the other students think. Whereas here, with Neville giving his thoughts, Dean giving his thoughts, which are very important as well, Ron coming in late and instantly defending his friend and everything, and Seamus trying to get information and then and responding the way he did. That is so natural. That is so much better. And you know, for it to show the friendships breaking down, I didn't get that from the scene from the movie, because it's basically, this is what the other people think, you know? Yeah, great point. I love this. It feels even epic. In the films, it's just there. No build-up, no feeling. It's exactly why I can't stand David Yates as a director. His scenes never capture the power of the book. They always fall flat on screen. With this case, I definitely agree, because I've always never liked that scene. I've never said it before, guys, but I never know. And also, Seamus nudging Neville. It's such a brief moment, guys. It's insanely brief. I thought it was so much longer, but it really annoys me. P.S. Hey, you midgets. Haha, love Ron. I love how there's a P.S. which is either the midget line or the have a biscuit line in this book club. It's amazing. Natasha, thank you so much for your comment. Noni. Hi, Veggie. I can't believe I missed last month when there was so much book-only material. It was my fault, my own fault. I put off listening to the chapters so I could listen to my holiday. Listen on my holiday when I was relaxing, only to relax too much and I forgot all about it. Oh, that's a good thing. That's a good thing, Noni. Seriously, when you're on your holiday, you need to be relaxing to the point where you're not going to have any priorities. So I'm glad that happened. Seriously, you needed the month off. Oh well, there's plenty more book-only storylines to look forward to. No massive changes from the book in these last 2 chapters. Just more details and context to events that you're already aware of. And other appearance by Sir Cadogan. Yeah, that was out of nowhere, wasn't it? I might be misremembering, but I think he only appeared once in the films, and even then, it was only in the background. So we see a knight pretending to have a horse, much in a Monty Python style way, but that's never confirmed to be Cadogan. There is a Cadogan scene, but it was cut, and I believe that it has the new Filch actor Paul Whitehouse playing him. I've never checked out, guys. We should do, because I love Paul Whitehouse and I love Cadogan. But yes, so that's never confirmed if it is him, the knight running around. But yeah, I feel like we can assume, though, can't we? Actually, thinking about it, I don't think the Owl's exams were even brought up in the movies. So maybe we did have something new. The exams do get mentioned because I couldn't remember if they were called actually ordinary wizarding levels. And Umbridge in the movie actually says that as a sentence. And so yeah, they are. It's hard to remember all this, and there's so much information, what is and isn't in the movies. That's why I like to avoid rewatching the scenes before doing my notes. As far as the number of chapters, unless you've been doing the exams, maybe. As far as the number of chapters you do at once, I don't think anyone's going to be mad whatever you do. I really hope so, Noni, but the thing is, you guys are funding this, you know, so it's something which I take very, very seriously. I mean, we all want more, but we'd rather you have your usual quality discussions over a long time period. My only suggestion is that the longest portion of the video is the book club, that is true, and that is unlikely to get much shorter if people are commenting on just 1 chapter instead of 2. That is actually another. That is actually a very. That is another factor which I've considered. So if I were to do 1 chapter, the book club is going to be pretty much the same length, guys. It really is, and the same length as 2 ones, because people will be talking more about the things that we are getting in that chapter. I'll be honest, guys, the most difficult part of doing these book clubs is my note-taking. And so, if I can shorten that and have the book club still be as fruitful as it is, I don't mind that. But again, it means that everyone's going to be waiting longer for the later chapters now, and I don't want to do that to you guys. It's difficult, but the fact is, I think that the next 3 chapters are over 50 minutes, or at least the next 2. So we might have to do something next time. and I need to make that decision quick, it appears, as well. So I need to get this video out so I can then make a decision based on your comments. By doing one chapter at a time, you will likely increase the overall time you spend on these videos. Regarding the book club, that is actually so true. I'm glad that you thought about that, Noni, because I thought that I would have been the only one to think about that, but it's true. The book club actually wouldn't shorten, weirdly. I know you don't want to go over 6 hours, and also don't want to have separate videos for book clubs, for the book club and the reviews. But how about recording all in one video as you do now, posting the full video on Patreon regardless of length, and posting to YouTube as part 1 and 2, with part 1 being the review of the first chapter and part 2 being the review of the second chapter, plus the book clubs for both. The book clubs for both would be impossible, because it would mean that I'd had to listen through the entire book club several times and separate it all out. Separating the chapters into 2 videos is interesting, but it makes it difficult to do because of the book club. I love the idea. I'm loving that you're suggesting ideas, though. I really appreciate it, because it's a moral trouble for me. I really don't want to keep people waiting on this stuff. So I really appreciate the ideas, and I will take that on board. You could post them at the same time with a link to the other part, or you could do a test to see if the 6-hour thing was just a coincidence. And yeah, it would have been a wild coincidence. I've been doing this YouTube thing for a long time, Noni, but I appreciate that, though. And let one video go over 6 hours to see if the same thing happened. Just a suggestion. I'll be watching regardless. Thank you, Noni. That's so kind of you. So one workaround for your suggestion, Noni, is to have 2 book clubs per month. Because the way we got it now, having the one book club would be impossible. But if I did say each month I'd put out, okay, this is the book club for this chapter, this is the book club for that chapter, and you gave your separate comments, it would make the book clubs longer, because people would feel that they want to comment on both, which is fine, absolutely fine. But that would be a way of doing it your way, though. Yeah. Interesting, Noni. It's food for thought. Thank you so much. I need to get through this, so I'm going to move on. But Noni, thank you so much for your ideas. I really appreciate it. And I'm glad you had a good holiday, a relaxing holiday at least, don't I? Jonas. Hey, Veggie and Woozle. I think the McGonagall scene is going to be talked about a lot, so I'm going to keep it short, Brett. Ignore me. But I think it's a scene that gives her a lot of humanity and depth. Absolutely it does. I couldn't agree more, Jonas. Of the lovely side panels, I should say. I hope the exams are and have gone well, by the way. Before I always saw her as a teacher and strict, she is now more of a person to me, with a private life, etc., and biscuits. Hope that makes somehow sense. No, absolutely it does. I completely follow you, and I completely agree with you, Jonas. I hope you and Woozle are doing well. Can't wait to hear your thoughts. Well, you just have, Jonas, so there you go. Thank you so much, Jonas. I really appreciate it. Grace. Hi, Veggie. I didn't get to participate last month's book club. I've been very busy preparing for my senior year. Oh, excellent. I hope the prep is going well. Anywho, my notes. Chapter 11. The Sorting Hat has... I am recording, oh yes. The Sorting Hat has mentioned its job before about sorting the kids in kids too young. What do you think is the best system would be if the kids should be sorted at all? The thing is, I would say they shouldn't be sorted at all, but it clearly means a lot to them, let alone Harry. And so I can understand the benefits of it, but I do think it's unhealthy, especially in a world where one of the houses tend to be wrong uns, you know? Or very often are. Ron is so much more vocal about standing up for Harry in the book. So true. Chapter 12. Already Snape is back to his usual antics, lol. A half-breed, that's horrible, and so is Umbridge, absolutely. The reason why she seems so evil is because she's so realistic. I completely agree with that. And right now, I wouldn't even say she seems evil. She just seems deeply unpleasant and unprofessional and a very bad teacher and clearly doesn't care for the students. And so that's my interpretation of it. I wouldn't say right now, from my experience so far in the book, of course, I wouldn't say evil yet. I feel like I'm going to be thinking that pretty damn soon, blooming soon, I should say, if what happens next, which I think is going to happen. What? There are lots of people like her in real life, and it's just awful. So true. It's such a realistic character. Also, I have a biscuit. It's one of the funniest moments, I think. I should have ended this video with having a biscuit, guys. I haven't got any biscuits here, I don't think. No, I don't. Oh, Woozle's woofing. But we will push on. Also, having a biscuit is one of the funniest moments. I think it is great. And it means so much as well. I love it. Hope you and Woozle are having a great day. Well, Woozle's woofing about something, but lightly, I should say. So I'll go and see what that is. But Grace, thank you so much for your comment. Greatly appreciate it. Appreciate it. And Matt, I think, is going to be rounding us off. I'm just going to refresh this to see. Yes, Matt will be finishing us off with mate. Hi, Veggie. I have managed to pop in after your last post about the book club. You mentioned it's a chunky one. Thanks for all the hard work. That's very kind. It must be tiring. Have a biscuit, Veggie. There it is. There it is. Have an energy biscuit. Mate, thank you so much. That's very kind of you. It sounds like you actually left that comment because I left that. I made that post. I made a post yesterday saying that the book review would be late, guys. And quite frankly, it was late because of the research side, as in my note-making side, not because of the book club, which was actually relatively shorter than this time. Which I appreciate. It's the long comments, guys. If you know, you know who you are. Basically, there are several people, and to be fair, I've seen a lot of people who used to have longer comments make their comments significantly shorter, which I do appreciate that. But if you could, once you've made your comment, scan it and see if there's any repetition or anything else that you could take out, you'd be helping me out. But at the same time, I appreciate the passion, guys. That's the whole point of this book club, you know. It would be rubbish if we're doing a book club for something which you guys weren't passionate about, you know. And so I understand why you want the comments to be longer and everything, and so I do appreciate that passion, especially if it's your first time or something like that. I really want you to be able to do it as well, but if you could look into it. Other people, but thank you so much, guys. I got some wonderful charity shop purchases recently, guys. I really have. Got this new jumper. It's a bit big. But I bought this yesterday. Not exactly a jumper which you should be buying in July, but I did. Because I wanted to. Okay, one more dad joke, guys. One more dad joke. How does a penguin build its house? It glues it together. Penguins don't live in igloos apart from Pingu. Please like, comment, subscribe, all that good stuff. I'm a Veggie Gamer. I didn't say Empty Puff, Pescaboo and Tesserato at the start. I don't believe it. I only just realised that now. Go and have a biscuit. And I'll see you next time.